I'm going live now. Once.
Yeah. We are live now. We are live now.
Call her.
Looks-
Your session has ended. Why? Why
Uh,
again?
Yeah, it came up saying that session ended and now it is.
No, it's not back. Is it back, Aryan? Are we
it is.
live?
It is. It is back. It is back.
I'm able to see go live option right now as well. No worries, Aryan. Handle it. I will go out. Yeah.
Yeah. It is back. Yeah, ma'am. Good to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, very good morning to all of you who are gathered here. And I am very much delighted to be here, for chairing this special session on this topic, how to align oneself to the latest technology, which is a very relevant topic in this day and age, especially in this when we are facing this unprecedented challenges due to this global pandemic. So our respected speaker today is a subject matter expert and a well recognized person in industry and technology forum. And it's my pleasure to introduce you, Ms. Jnanapriya ma'am, Associate Vice President, Global Head of Technology and Architectural Practice, CME and EUS Business Unit at Infosys. And she will be giving a presentation on this topic, how to align oneself to the latest technology. Ms. Priya has 28 years of experience in telecom and IT. She contributes to unit strategy, drives technology adoption for business solutions across varied programs globally. She has been driving digital transformation, enterprise architecture, IT roadmap, microservices, cloud migration, open source adoption, 5G use cases and industry solutions, emerging technologies like blockchain solutions, data modernization, legacy and technology modernization, innovation, guiding varied transformation and modernization programs for ECS global clients. She got Outstanding Achievement Award under Disruptor category of Global Women in Telco and Tech Awards for 2020. Under her guidance and drive, Infosys has won 11 Outstanding Catalyst Team Awards in TM Forum. She received Individual Recognition Award at Industry TM Forum, serving as TMF Collaboration Subcommittee member. She is a speaker in multiple industry and technology forums. Also, I would like to add, she's a senior member IEEE and IEEE Computer Society member, Execom member for Bangalore chapter, and she has also co-authored book on digital signal processing, 1 and 2 editions published by McGraw-Hill International Edition and is translated to Mandarin. So I invite ma'am to take over the session. Ma'am.
Thank you, Pinky Mole ma'am, for the warm welcome, and I thank the organizers, IEEE Forum and Ashwini for giving an opportunity. Happy to connect with all of you through this forum. And I hope like everybody is safe, taking precautions in the current pandemic situations, working remotely or started going to work. So please take care. And with that note, I would like to share some of my experiences and what we can do in the current context. So earlier, like a lot of challenges would have been faced. The previous speaker talked about the art, the soft skills that is really required in any phase of the life, be it professional or personal. Now I would like to go more into the technology aspects and how you can improvise on the capability part, because when you are in the field, aligning and being relevant is very important, and how that can be achieved, the subject matter expertise that was highlighted in the last segment of the last presentation, and how are you going to address that with more networking and learning, etc. That is what will be the core topic for my discussion. Yeah, let me share my screen and let me know if once you are able to see.
Yeah, ma'am. You are very much audible.
I'm audible? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are.
So let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay. So my topic I have taken up as preparing for the digital and the new normal, because the last almost 1.5+ years, right, we have seen the pandemic, which was never there earlier, right? Like in our lifetime, we have not seen anything like that. But that has actually given us challenges, and we have gone through that and got adjusted to that. And this has also given us more opportunities, specifically for women folks. Right? I would like to share some of the topics as we go forward. So the focus is primarily on how you can do upskilling on the latest digital technologies and stay relevant in the industry. So I see the audience to be mixed, right? Whether it is an industry or whether you are from the academia and you are from a student community. So I'll try to give some kind of examples as we move forward. Right. This is what I thought I'll cover in today's agenda. Right. I had shared a quick set of poll. I need to see okay, has this already been posted and do we have some results? And then I'll try to stick upon some my journey, and you can take some learnings from there. What is the opportunities? What are opportunities that are ahead of us, right? Whether you are a student or you are a professional, be it academia or industry, or you are an entrepreneur, right? What opportunities are lying ahead, and why we are talking that this is a great time for women in their career. While in the last 1+ years, right, we would have faced challenges as well, but why going forward this is an a nice way, right, to take our career forward, and how we need to look at the aspirations and career, and some of the things what organizations are also doing. I'll just share a few from Infosys perspective as well. Right. So this is the agenda I had, and some poll questions, right, I had put in earlier. Do we have some results for it? This is just to get an idea, right? But otherwise, right, I'll quickly skip all this because I just wanted to understand, right, what's the kind of audience and what kind of activities you are engaged in, and what level of experience you have, beginner, intermediate, or expert, right? If you want to look at upskilling, right, yourself. What modes normally you follow, because today with a lot of this online scenarios, right, you have variety of ways in which you can do, and there are platforms just how you do together in a same physical setup, right? You can do similar things in online as well, the group planning, lot of gamifications, and many facilities are there in today's platform. There are also ways in which you can collaborate with industries or open source communities, and or you sign up for a certificate, and then that is another way to upskill your scenarios. So I thought okay, I'll get some insights about this. And similarly, right, in the last session somebody was asking, right, I took a 10-year break and I come back and focus challenge related to that, etc. So other part we need to also look at is, right, what is the challenge and inhibition, right, when you plan to return back to work, right? So is it a confidence level, or the skill gap, or location, is it a challenge, or are you looking at a flexi hours kind of scenario, or are you not getting the right opportunity, what you are really interested in, or are you not getting the right position role? What do you see as the key challenge, or if there are anything else beyond that, right? So this is what I wanted to actually ask initially to get a view, so that I can actually shape that in the session we have for the next 20-25 minutes. So do we have any inputs, or shall I go ahead?
Ma'am, you may go ahead. Right now, I have not received anything. Probably the organizers, from organizer side. Do you have?
Ma'am, there are no inputs as of now. I think we can proceed ahead. With time, there will be inputs.
Yeah. So let me start with my journey, right? And so the community I'm seeing here is combination of student, academicians, and the industry, right? So if I can take that as three broad segments, I have seen both the worlds, right? In my initial years of experience, right, like after my graduations, post graduations, etc., I was in academia. I was teaching in an engineering college, so that is the pre-corporate world I am referring to. Like, had been in handling the electronics and communications engineering related courses, and from there, after that, I moved into the corporate world. So that is one shift I would like to highlight, right? Like, I would say it is a soft shift. That happened, and during the transition phase I was preparing for getting into the corporate world as well, right? And in the corporate world I had I had entered as a developer, and today, right, like I'm heading the technology and architecture practice for a couple of business verticals, telecom, energy, utilities, and services for our global clients. So that has been my journey. But how I had actually taken my journey forward, again, right, the focus on the specific areas, the passion. I'm aligning my journey towards my passion, and I keep building myself, right, so that I can move to the next level of experience, next level of work exposure, right? Starting with the developer, looking into a simple set of applications, right, on select technology areas, because when I started, right, I was more into the C++, VB, VC++, right, and SQL, right, all those kind of stories, right. But after that, right, I had evolved, and the combination of telecom and IT, right, had shaped a lot in my career, right. Like, I have seen all the wireless technologies evolving. I have seen how the wireline broadband has evolved, and I had been working on multiple solutions associated with that, how satellite things are evolving, and what IT is going to provide solutions for that, right? And how the media and entertainment industry is going on, and what you can contribute to that. So I had seen variety of opportunities, right? I had been involved in various set of programs, etc. And I had also been later playing a larger enterprise level architect and providing more consultancy for my clients, and leading a larger community, and focused on continued innovation and on emerging technologies as well, right? So if you take in the last few years, right, more and more focus has been on 5G edge, how you can leverage blockchain technologies, right? So, and digital and modernization. So all those scenarios are there. I had been working all along, right? And in this journey, it is not just only doing projects or working with clients, etc. I'm very much associated with the industry forums and contribute to their specifications, contribute to that reference architectures, contributing to reference implementations. Working on multiple innovation projects which are actually forward looking, right? So those are some things I had been working on, so that you are able to see what next and how you can shape your journey, because you have a clear passion. This is what I want to do. And when I'm actually moving in this journey, telecom was actually considered as a separate vertical, right? But now if you see, telecom, basically the connectivity becomes a base similar to the compute for every industry, right? Today we talk about 5G, and lot of 5G trials are being focused, etc. But when you look at the applicability, right, it is across industries. So that is where, in the last 8-9 years, beyond telecom, I had been looking into energy, utilities, and services as well, right? So this gives a kind of variety of exposure, how you can cross leverage technologies across, how you bring cross domain solutions, right, which can actually help in taking to market, right? So this is a quick journey I just wanted to highlight, but since we are talking about a break and then come back, etc., I just wanted to highlight specific points, right? So for me, while initially I had been focusing on the getting into the corporate world for certain reasons, right, I had to select a different career path, right? And when I'm actually doing the shift back to corporate, right, there I had to really spend a soft handoff between the two worlds, right? So sit back and see, right, like how I get myself prepared for that, right? So that is one juncture I want to highlight. Then when I was a developer, right, for a longer period, right, and that is where, like, okay, I had to take a break for my childbirth, right. Then at that point of time, yes, I took off, and then, okay, like as we move forward, right, like I had to get prepared. So I enjoyed that period, right. It is very important, right, for us to have enjoy certain specific moments in life, right. So that is another critical point I wanted to highlight. But it's not that, okay, like you are idle just only doing that alone, but can you actually do something, right? And that is the time, right, like while I had been co-authoring that book, etc., right, like a lot of things, when the publications all happened in that period of time, right. So a lot of proofreading and enhancing the content, etc., right. So slowly, right, I was trying to like do that, right. And so that is how, like, okay, like I enjoyed the break. I spent good time with the family and my kid. And then, right, like I was also getting prepared, coming back to the groove, right. So that is another instance I want to tell, right. And since I had been in this industry for 28 years, right, like, and my kid has also grown, and there are certain moments, right, like where they would need your support also, right. For example, like the specific breaks at their 10th standard or 12th standard, etc., right. So you may need to look at how to support them, right. And it's like the kind of priority. That's why, like earlier it was discussed about multiple things are coming in, but getting overwhelmed, etc. But the thing is, right, like you choose what is the priority for you at that point of time, right. So that is also important decision that you make, right. And it's not that, okay, like you are completely leaving something. You are just making it slow in certain dimensions, right. So those are few points I just want to highlight, because every segment, right, there might be certain expectations from the family, from children, right, and from professional scenario also there will be certain expectations, etc. But you have clarity. You need to have clarity on what you want to do, and when you are getting into a challenge, please do a discussion, right. And definitely, right, the more you discuss, more you get some mentorship, etc., like it becomes really help in shaping your career path. So this I just wanted to highlight this so that we can learn certain things from each other. And what I wanted to focus specifically on this discussion is the 4 areas, right. What is the opportunity ahead for all of us, right? And why is today a great time for women to be in their career path, right? Like, and especially in the technology area, right? And what specifically can women look at aspiring, right? What is your aspiration, right? And how you can frame your career path, right? And what stage you are in and how you can plan forward, right? And so apart from the whys and the whats, right, like how you can make it happen, right? And today's environment provides you like a lot of opportunities, right? So how are organizations welcoming women back, right? See, because earlier, if you are not upgraded, if you don't have the skills, right, like you are lost in the entire situation, right? But today, like organizations are like, okay, welcoming women, and there are a lot of platforms and opportunities being provided, and I'll touch upon a bit later, right? So all those facilities are available. So are we like going to pick up those facilities and then, okay, align with whatever we need, right? Because it's not that we want to force fit anything on us, right? But what will really work for us, and what is our passion, and how can we address that, right? So those are the points we need to think through, right? And what else, right? So huge opportunity I mentioned, but the key to this huge opportunity is you. It is us. How we can make it happen, right? So that's the broad theme, like I just wanted to discuss. And the first segment is, right, like why today is the great time, right, for women to be in their careers, so specifically the technology. So if you take today any industry segment, okay, be it academia, be it research, be it industry, right, tech is a way forward, right? Tech actually plays a role everywhere, right? So embrace it, and the ownership completely lies on you, right? Why we are telling this, right? And I want to bucket it under 4 major topics, right? One is the new normal, right? So earlier, right, like while in other countries, right, there is a concept of this contracting, freelancing, right, or part-time working, right? I have seen 6 months people work and 6 months they take off to enjoy their vacation, right? There are many models, right, like outside our country, right, people have followed, but because of our historical nature, because our parents, our grandparents, when they actually go for work, it is for the complete duration. I don't think like, okay, like our parents or our anybody, right, like really took a long break, right? If they had taken a long break, it would have been like on specific scenarios, right, or specific exceptions, right? But if they have gone for work, right, like I'm not talking about only women, right? I'm talking in general, right, like men and women together, right? While the percentage of women might be less, but in general, right, like people normally, like, okay, don't take a break, they continuously work, right? But today's context is not like that. There is always a possibility, right, like you can take a break and you can step back, you can decide what you want to do, and you can plan and then come back, right? And why new normal we are talking about, right? Today remote working is possible, right? So earlier when companies were thinking, right, they were looking at only small percentage for work from home, etc. But today, right, almost 99% work from home in the last 18 plus months, right? And going forward also, right, like everybody talks about going into a hybrid kind of model, right? And there is a need for more specialization. So that is the new normal story, right? And the second dimension is the digital drive, right? So there used to be a joke going in the WhatsApp messages, right? You would have also seen. Who is driving the digital transformation of an organization? Is it the CEO, CIO, or COVID-19, right? So the pandemic has actually like influenced a lot, or like, okay, it has fast-tracked the adoption of digital technologies, right? And there are also options for like leveraging the emerging technology solutions, right? Like leveraging blockchain, right, for the complete supply chain kind of scenarios, right? Like where we have seen even in the COVID context, right, like how you are able to get the complete supply chain scenarios handled, etc., for all your medical items and other stuff, right? And similarly, like industry innovations, etc. The third one is actually the opportunities, right? Today you have flex working opportunities, right? Like whether you want to do a full time for certain period, or like you want to do part time, or you want to just to do a project, okay? Like you just do a 3 months work, take off, and then okay, like come back again, or like look at for global opportunities, or like you want to do an entrepreneurial kind of work, etc. So all those opportunities are there, right? It is primarily like we need to understand like what where such opportunities exist. And similarly, from the career perspective, right, like if you are in the academia, right, like there are varied flavors of R&D activities that exist, right? But if you are in the industry, there are variety of roles that are possible. It can be a pure technology role, it can be a digital role, experience role, agile way of working role, right? And you can be a domain consultant. So there are variety of roles that are possible in today's context. So this is one part of the story. The second part is like while you know the scenario and what you want to do, right? What is your aspiration and how you want to actually like put up your career, right? So that is what is the key. So the career planning, goals, and being relevant and establishing network are very key, right? So look at career planning and goals, right? What are your aspirations? What you want to achieve, right? So you capture that, right? It is always good to step back and jot down, right? Like what we have done in the past, what we want to do further, and can I put a plan around it, right? Like a personal development plan kind of scenario, right? It can be a combination of personal, professional, everything, right? Whatever you want to achieve, right? Because sometimes like professional gets high priority and you may step back on the personal front or vice versa. So anything can happen, right? Depending upon the situation. So you have to take and understand that, okay, like which is priority, which really requires really the you, and some things can be handled by the other party in the ecosystem. Mentorship and guidance is very important because sometimes, right, like to shape up or how we move forward, etc., right, like a third party guidance can really help. And I talked about the planned break and continuous learning. If you are in the technology area, right, continuous learning is important, whether you want to do a research activity or whether you want to do an industry related roles, etc. Continuous learning is definitely important because you have to be like relevant, right, in the industry or technology, right? So leverage the new normal, grab the right and relevant opportunities, right? It's not what should actually like work best for you. For example, right, like what we have seen is women folks coming after the maternity leave, right, like they really look at the flexi hours kind of story, right, and if possible, right, like work from home, right, or work only for 5 hours a day. Or it can be, right, like location might have been the issue, right, because we operate in certain DCs, right, but they might be like staying away with their parents or in-laws in a different location, right? So location might have been a challenge, right? And also the type of work that they want to do, right? They may not be willing to do, or they may not have the time to prepare themselves and do projects which is more taxing, right? So they would like to take a lighter job, right? Like do testing related role or something like that, right? So there are variety of possibilities that exist. And depending upon your context, because you know very well your situation, what will work, etc., and you have to grab the right opportunities, right, so that you can deliver your best. Establishing network is very important. The connects, relationship building, because they will provide you guidance, right, and you will also know what kind of opportunities exist, right, because if you are in your own shell, you may not know what is really happening across, right, and this kind of forum connects, right, like will really help you to get more insights, right, like from different folks, and get guidance as needed, because people can be a mentor for you, right? So all these are possible, right? And on the technology space, if you're interested to get into, right, the other scenario is the open source community. Today, like lot of innovations and lot of activities are happening in the open source community, so you can join that kind of movement also, and start small, right? You can just start doing like fixing bugs, or like, okay, like you can depending upon what your capability is, what is your focus area, you can actually like look into that. Just to give some example, right, like I want to highlight from Infosys perspective, right, like on this technology related story, we have a clear drive on women in technology. There are many topics that gets covered over there, right? How regular coaching is provided. Restart with Infosys is a very key area, right? This is directly like matching to women folks coming after a break, right? It can be 6 months, it can be 3 years, 10 years, or whatever, right? So basically, right, how you restart with Infosys, what you need to get prepared for, right, and how that channel actually like works, right? So there is a special program for that. I have also highlighted the URL. So if interested, you can go there and see what is there for you. Right, and there are other programs for women in leadership, right? Because you can see entry level, mid level, and the senior level, right? So for each of these layers, there are like specific programs. At even in the UN, right, there is a special focus on, right, like how you handle the gender diversity and how you uplift, right, or give opportunities for women folks as well. And here NASSCOM actually like runs technology programs, W2RT, Wizards, Women Wizards Rule Tech, right, that's the W2RT program that is there, which actually gives a lot of a staged kind of enablement program, right, both on the soft skills and technologies, etc., and be relevant in the digital world, right? So those are some things that happens, and we also have role models are very important, right? So we have this Women of Infi, right? That particular track brings opportunity for women to like share their experience, right, and viewpoints, everything, right? So that is all women in technology category, right? The next one is on the return to work post maternity, right? So we do have a variety of ways in which like we get the folks connected, right? Momsnet, Infimi app, right? So the app, you can do everything with that app itself, right? Like whether you want to know what is the set of projects that is coming up and how you need to prepare for that, the learning facility, everything is available through that, right? Other key part is the family matters, right? So while we talk about our roadmap, or like, okay, like how you want to take a break and get into, right, or after post maternity, right, when you come back, it's not just only you and your child, right, but there are other family members that are there, right? And there will be like some challenges, right, like in the relationship itself, right? So there are like a lot of other guidance and experience sharing that happens, right, under that category, right? And of course childcare facilities and other stuff exist, right? And apart from that, we also have this women inclusivity network. We also collaborate. We are members of NASCOM, D&I, and CII Women's Network, etc. So these are some of the things that we do from an organization perspective. Similar scenarios will be there in every other organization, but there are facilities that are available. You want to shout out if you need a help, right? And somebody is there to help you, right? Because it's not you are only facing a unique problem, right? Like similar problems might have been faced by others, and it would have been solved, or variety of scenarios might exist, right? And ultimately, like yours, you need to take a decision, but you can get experience and knowledge from others, right? So what is the key takeaway, right? So I normally tell 4C mantra, right? So the content, whatever area you are in, right? The content is, you have to be strong in what your area is, right? And get depth in that, right? And that automatically gets you the confidence. And the networking part and other things, the connect is important for you to understand what are the opportunities that exist or is coming as we move forward. And what next? What is it you're going to do, right? Even if you want to take a break or if you want to do something different, right? So that curiosity of what next and what I'm going to do, those are very much important. And as I mentioned, there are a variety of opportunities that are there with the new normal, and organization and industry is driving a lot and bringing in more programs for individuals, right? And leverage that. And how are you going to plan and execute? So you can plan for the break, enjoy the break, gain clarity on what you want to do, and make plans to return. Because it's important for us to be engaged, right, in one form or the other, be it research or be it IT or be it core engineering or whatever be it, right? So something, if it's important for you to come back and then, okay, like get into whatever is relevant for you, right? So be ready and get set, and you are all there. You can go. So it's a tech world, embrace it, and complete opportunity is with you, right? And you can shape your career in whatever way you want and whatever model you want. So everything is possible in today's world. So with that, I'll close on this particular session, and we'll take up specific questions.
Any questions in the chat box? Any specific questions? Aryan?
Do we have any question for ma'am?
Well, I don't see anything in the chat window, but it was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, madam. I'm really sorry I couldn't join in, and the poll questions. I'm very sorry, Jnanapriya madam. So there was some issue with the network and I could not do that. Ashwini Holla here. Hello.
Yeah,
Am I
thanks.
audible?
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Ashwini.
Yeah, many apologies for that. So I don't
No
see
problem.
any questions over here in the chat window, but it's been more than helpful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, madam. Much obliged.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you, and all the best.
I have few things in case, shall I ask? Ma'am?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. And Pinky Mole Madam, like I had been in NIT Trichy for so long back for DSP workshop. It was actually like more than 26 years. It was 26 years back. I was there
Long
in
back.
yeah, I was in NIT Trichy.
Yeah, ma'am. My question is related. We all know the pandemic has, shifted our working culture and, the time of work, everything shifted into some new style, right? And
Yeah.
some areas, it's a kind of flexible hours they are getting. They may able to utilize completely, but especially we're talking about women, right? So mostly women working home means it is a kind of too difficult, to manage the home. You can't even sit inside the room and you can engage the whole day there, right? So in that case, how do you see that kind of situation, especially those many are working from home right now?
Yeah. So that's why, like, see, whether you like or not, right? In our culture, or I have seen even in the other countries, women actually take the prime responsibility at home, right? So whether you are working, whether you are not working, that doesn't matter, right? You are the you are taking the accountability for things at home, right? And it actually becomes very difficult, right? Like when you are at home and you have to handle the work, and work also, right, doesn't have a stipulated time, right? You are always on work, you are always on at home as well, right? So it becomes a challenging situation, right? I can tell my experience itself. When this pandemic started, like last March, so the support system also like doesn't come, right? Like one advantage in our scenario is the support system with maid facility, etc., right? Now all those were gone because nobody was allowed to move out, etc., complete lockdown, right? Everything like you have to manage by yourself, right? So the initial few weeks was really difficult because work also is there, and you have your personal scenario also at home you need to take care, etc., and no support system, right? So then after that, like you get adjusted, right? Because that is the advantage for women folks. Inherent nature is multitasking, right? So you will be able to handle that. But does that mean like, okay, like you have to take all the work? No, because if you are like, okay, doer of everything, right, it doesn't work, right? So you have to schedule the right timings for doing everything, right? Like how if you go to an office, right, like work for certain hours, right? So you need to have a clear differentiation as what time you are actually like going to contribute for the work, and what is it purely for your home activities, etc. There might be like some balancing you may need to do, right? Because the working pattern might differ, right? Because you might have some of the engagements in the early morning or late evening or something like that. Then you have a break in the afternoon. So you figure out like, okay, like how what time where you are needed more, right? That is something like, okay, like which as an individual we have to look at what will work for us, right? But definitely, right, like it's not that you have to take everything on you. So something if you have to delegate even at home, please do. It's not that, okay, like all these years you would have pampered your kid. That doesn't mean today also you have to do. Give them some responsibility, right? And so that kind of activity needs to happen. And that is what will help us also, because we need to also have our space. And that I have seen whether with pandemic or without pandemic. There are some days I would have just taken off. It's not that, okay, like I had personal work to do or whatever. I would have taken off just to relax, right? So it's all like, okay, like you decide what you want to do, and if you want to re-energize yourself, figure out what is that energizing activity, right? I listen to music. I actually, right, like connect with more youngsters, college students, right? Like we also run some program mentoring activity, etc.
Priya
Yeah.
madam, and Pinky madam, in the interest of time,
Yes.
can we kindly wrap up, because we've got 2 more sessions to go and we were supposed to wind up at
Sure.
12:30. So if we can we actually request you to be available such that if at all people would want to network, would that be possible? 12:30 onwards during the lunch break. So
Sure,
requesting
sure,
Pinky
no
Madam
problem.
to kindly, yes, do the
And
honors,
Yes,
please,
yes,
and place
yes,
the
ma'am.
gratitude.
Thank you very much,
okay,
ma'am, for your
thank you for the opportunity.
Just a minute.
token of
Janapriya
gratitude,
Madam,
ma'am.
just a minute, please.
Please don't leave, ma'am. As a token of gratitude, we are presenting you a virtual memento, ma'am. Please accept it on behalf
Thank
of
you.
organizers and on behalf of all who are over here.
Thank you.
Please share.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thanks a lot
Thank
for
you
such
so
an
much, madam.
insightful session, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Many thanks.
Bye,
So,
and all
So
the very best.
let us take a
thank you.
quick group selfie before leaving. There will be a pop-up on your screen right now. All right. 3 people have taken it. 4. Okay.
Requesting the next session chair to kindly be ready, please. Our next speaker is Miss Anju Agast Shrivats. Please elevate her to stage. Good morning, madam. Nice to see you.
Okay, mic check. You can hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
ma'am.
hear me all right?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
All good. There's a pop-up that keeps coming up though, so I don't know. I have to. Hopefully, it won't distract.
Control minus reduce it in dimensions close.
All right. Thanks.
Session chair. Yeah, session chair. Requesting you to kindly do the honor.
Yeah, Deepa ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Deepa madam, kindly unmute yourself. Aryan?
Yeah, ma'am. I have sent her the request to unmute her. Yeah, she has messaged accepted. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Just a minute.
Okay. In the interest of time, I request to kindly, I would like to introduce a very dynamic speaker, Miss Anju, who is retired from an active corporate career as an IT professional, established and developed engineering organizations, and who was very well established and developed engineering organizations that have had that have been built, and she has introduced several new technology products for HPE, Verifone, and CDAC in a corporate career spanning almost 30 years. In the computer science and engineering field, she's been a graduate from IIT Madras. Thank you so much. So over to you, madam, without much ado. I'm sorry, Deepa, madam.
Thank you. And it's good morning. You can hear me all, I hope. I'm
Yes,
new to
madam.
this platform, so you may see me struggling a little bit with the platform, but because we use Zoom and most of the other
Yeah,
places.
right.
Um,
The share button is on the bottom, second left
yeah.
button.
Okay, for me it's showing on top anyway, but that's okay. Oh
No,
no,
no, no,
that's share
no.
the event.
Is she
Yeah,
writing
got
the?
it. I got it.
Please elevate it.
No, I got it. I got it.
And
So
there
I can
must be a
share a
share
particular
option.
window.
Yeah, you can share
No,
a
the share
particular window.
button is second left on the bottom.
I got it.
Yes, please. Great.
Oh, but
Yeah,
then I
Wonderful.
can't see anybody else. Okay.
good to go.
All right. So good morning, everyone. And this kind of follows logically from the previous session, which Nanpriya Ma'am did. And I really enjoyed that session because I joined to hear what she was going to talk and connect back and not hopefully repeat too many things that she has already gone through. And she did an absolutely excellent job. Now, there are a few other people to whom I would like to thank right now, to convey my thanks to. One is Chengappa, who actually brought this opportunity to me. He was my ex-colleague at HPE. And when he first brought it to me, my first reaction was, hello, with great difficulty, I've quit my job, and now you're asking me to come back and talk about a comeback plan. But as I start thinking about the topic, this I was able to connect with it in multiple dimensions on basically multiple levels. Number one was the fact that, hey, it was something, if I can help some women get back to work in whatever little way I can, this would be worth the time that I've spent. The second thing was it actually made me step back a little bit and think about different various things and aspects. And it was a pretty interesting journey. So I want to talk and actually first I want to thank Ashwini, Deepa and Ramneek who have been coordinating with me. One of the things in this pandemic, by the way, I have actually made great use of this pandemic for multiple things, and I'll talk about it very briefly. But I think the one thing that I really miss is if it was a regular conference, I would be out there and I would have met a lot of people. And specifically, Ashwini, Deepa, Ramneek, I would have loved to thank you in person. And I'm sure there are a lot of other people who are behind the scenes and elsewhere who are making this conference very successful. So thanks for doing it. I think it's really, really important for you to do something like this at this point of time. All right, now I need to figure out how to move my slides forward. All right. Okay, so before I jump in and do a more personal introduction to myself, I want to talk about a few things. Right, this is like, this is a series of topics that connect together. Now when you heard Nanpriya ma'am, you have actually now figured out how you would scope and identify the kind of work that you want to do. So this particular talk is really about what next. What are you going to do to build your plan to start coming back? Now, I've also made an assumption here, which may be not right in my presentation. So I will talk about the fact that, you may or may not choose to go to a corporate career. You may actually choose entrepreneurship as your next step, which is what I'm actually heading towards. So that's okay, because you still have to do pretty much the same thing for your planning. So nothing takes things away from it. Yeah, there are some cases you don't have to attend interviews, but you still have to prepare yourself for making a pitch to folks who you're going to raise funds from, potential customers. So pretty much the same thing needs to be done. So when I'm talking about corporate careers here, please don't switch off. It will still help you. Third point, I would like very much if you can post your questions as you are listening, or you can send it offline, but it is much more fun if it's interactive. This is the other thing that I really miss about live sessions, because when you can see people's reactions, you can see the body language, you can see the engagement, you can actually ask questions and ask for raise of hands and all that. Here I'm just staring at a screen, not even looking at my picture or looking at you guys. So it's kind of tough to just talk to a computer screen. Even though I am antisocial, by the way, but still talking to a computer screen is very tough. All right. And lastly, before I jump into the main topic, I do want to let you know that I made 3 attempts before I could successfully quit my corporate career. And I made it at different phases of my life, but it was really tough for me to do that. So I think I need to congratulate all of you out there who are actually trying to make a return, because it does mean that you successfully stayed out. And for me, stayed out definition is you survived more than 6 months outside. And if you did that, that's a big congratulations. It is not easy to take a break. Believe me, it's much more tough to take a break than to come back. And with that, you should hopefully be feeling encouraged to get on and try something new and try to get back and execute your plan. All right, so a little bit about introduction, and I want to focus more on, how do you balance it all? Because when you are there for the long haul, I had worked for 30 years before I quit. And I pretty much worked right outside, once I got out of IIT, I have been working since that day. And unlike my classmates who went and did all kinds of other, either masters or MBA programs, I just got into the corporate career. And my idea was, try it out. And if I'm not learning sufficiently, or if I find the lack of a degree a problem, then I will go back to studies. But that was not the case. I started my career with CDAC, moved to Verifone, which actually got acquired by Hewlett Packard. So I pretty much worked in two companies. So CDAC, Verifone, HP, and HPE, which are, kind of one and the same company that split. All right. So dividing the time, balancing it all typically is between family, friends, the me things, and the work. And I am separating me from the family and friends. Although, when you interact with your friends and family, you are giving a lot to yourself. But for me, a me time was something that I was pursuing either as a hobby or trying out a new thing. And one of the things I realized was that for me, learning something new was something I really enjoyed doing. So in the last few years, I tried picking up a new activity every few years. And some of them lasted, some of them didn't survive. So you can see some of my activities, my clay modeling didn't survive for too long. But when I try to do something, I do a really good job of molding because I got the fundas right. My passion that has stayed with me and I have continued to pursue it is, one, I'm a certified scuba diver, so I continue to do that. And I do a lot of outdoor stuff and sports stuff. So trekking is something that I'm able to pursue. Yoga is something that I do. And for me, these are basically means to an end. And the whole idea is, you would have heard this saying from people saying that you either have money. When you don't have money in the initial stages of a career, you have time and you have the energy. Then you have the money and time, money and energy, but you have no time. It's in your mid-career levels. And then when you retire, you have money and you have time, but you have no energy left. And that was something that I did not want happening to me. So one of the things that I've been focusing on for several years now is to make sure that I continue to keep myself fit so that I can do things that I enjoy doing. So I can scuba dive, I can trek, I can pick up other things and do. Now, one of the strange hobbies that I developed, and this was around the time my son was going to college, was actually orchids growing, because I read somewhere that women need to transfer their nurturing. Every woman needs to nurture something. And when your children grow, they don't need that same nurturing, that same nurturing energy that you have and you would like to give. So it's better to start growing the plants. So today, when all my friends whose kids are graduating and or kind of going to college, leaving home, I actually give them all one orchid. So I have a lot of friends who have started their orchid collections after that. It's pretty addictive, believe me. So if you've not tried it, try it. It's actually low maintenance, unlike what people think. All right, on the family front, I have one son who's now well into his own career, early stages of his career. So he's in his mid-20s. I have one husband right now. And of course, I'm part of a very big family. I have 4 sisters, did not have brothers. And because of that, I think we were brought up in the mindset saying that, you have to be financially independent. So that was one of the things that drove my career actually as I move forward. And I think it's very important for each one of you to identify what is that one need. It is to prove self-worth, prove something to yourself, build your confidence, to be financially independent, whatever it is, make the big impact. And I think all of us have that make the big impact, but at some point of time, these things take on different dimensions. So it's very, very, very important to note that. All right. Now, as you're thinking about a comeback, I'm sure you have started thinking, or stories of people. Now, we can't interact here, but make a note of somebody that you think of when you think about a comeback. So it could be your family, it could be your friends, it could be your neighbors, it could be your, somebody in the public figure, anybody you can think of who has done a comeback. Just make a quick note of it. Don't do too much processing. And yes, unfortunately, you can't share it back with me right now in a way that I'll be able to see. All right. So for me, the big comeback when I think about it, the most visible one that every mom cheered for all over the world was Serena Williams. And this particular article is from September 2018 when she was actually playing French Open. That was the first tournament she took part in when she came back. And this was at age 36. She had delivered a child a couple of years before that, took a break, survived a near fatal lung embolism. And then she had to recover. And remember, she was a sports personality. In sports, at 36, people start retiring. At 36, she actually came back to work. And gosh, did she make an impact? Because I remember she won the round 1, round 2, round 3. I think she lost after that. But the fact is, that people were all watching. All the mothers everywhere were actually cheering for this person, Serena Williams. And if I read a lot about it later on, and there is also a documentary on HBO, if you get a chance to see it, Being Serena, where she talks about, when we think about Serena, I would never compare me and you and everybody else with Serena because we don't live that kind of public life. Neither do when I think about it, because we don't have that kind of money that she has. But that's not true. The emotions that you're connected to with your child is much more than what you're doing for just your responsibility. It's not your financial responsibility alone, right? Because that's being done by somebody else. It is also an emotional connect. It is also their well-being that you worry about. And Serena Williams surprisingly actually talked about it. And she said, no matter where I was trying to monitor the time. I tried to schedule my things around my daughter's schedule. I was always wondering, no matter where I was, what she was doing. And she said prior to having a child, she could just selfishly give all her time and energy to doing her game, to her game, to building herself up, to playing the best game that she could play. And suddenly, instead of being one and the number one, there were two people that she had to think about. And that is very, 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 very true. So at various levels, people suddenly started seeing Serena Williams as a human being who came back and you try to connect, and which is why a lot of people cheered for her. And there are two quotes that I captured from her. This is after she lost. So I think in the fall, within 12 months of her making a comeback, she actually made it to Wimbledon finals. Unfortunately, she did not win it. But believe me, even in most players' careers, even getting to that level is actually a huge deal. Huge, huge deal. So I really love these quotes from her, and I think I can relate to it. I think all of you will be able to relate to it. To all the moms out there, I was playing for you today, and I tried. And this is after she lost. So it was pretty, touching. But I remember watching this match and I was like praying, I hope she wins. But in a way, I think it's okay. The fact is that, she made to get out there. And she made it to a couple of other finals after that in these big tournaments. And I think she won some other little tournaments as well. So I just feel like to tell all the moms that I had such a struggle to come back. And it was really difficult. And honestly, I feel like if I can do it, they can do it too. So I think this is the key point here. So remember, there's a difference. Yeah, while we are not Serena Williams, we are not in the public limelight, which actually works in our favor, right? We are not in a sport where only there's one winner. There's no only one number one. You can have multiple winners in this field. When you're in your career, it is actually a big field. So it is not like, if one person wins, the others are losing. So I think in lots of ways, our lives are easier. In a lot of ways, our lives are similar and equally difficult, because in our own world, it is not like, in our own world, what we are doing is really important. And I don't think we can just trade it off. All right. So with that, are we ready to make our plan for return now? Now, the first exercise I tell everybody to do, and if you have the time now, just quickly jot down in 2 words, 3 words, whatever it is, what is your true north? And what I mean by this is, these are the things that guide you in where you want to go. And I always believe that you have to think long term. And the reason for that is, there are situations that are going to happen in day-to-day journey, which is with or without child, by the way. You have setbacks. How do you overcome those setbacks? Now, if you trek like I do, you have a compass and you say, I need to go in that direction. Now, as you are navigating your way to that direction, if there is a huge, let's say a pit comes in your way, you're not going to keep walking, right? You're going to walk around it. You're going to find a solution, or you're going to put a plank and walk across. So you will always look for ways to do it. And if you're trekking, actually, there are people who have left markers behind. So when you actually follow those markers and you go and, plot your journey. So the reason for writing down and being very clear about your true north, and if it changes, so be it, but at least have one at that point of time. Every time you face a real tough challenge or situation, come back to this, reorient yourself, get back on track, right? It is disappointing, yes. Recover from it, feel for it, recover from it, find a solution. Believe me, there are other people who would have done it. If not, you can be the pioneer and you can get out there and help a lot of other people. So take a minute, write it down. All right, number one in preparing yourself, right? I think there's a mental wellness aspect and a physical wellness aspect. I think both are equally important. I'll talk about the physical wellness first, though. And the reason for that is, you do need to have stamina. And what I mean by stamina is not just stamina, because you're going to do a long run or whatever, but there are days which are going to be long, especially if you are not yet done with your child, bringing up phase and all that. And believe me, child bringing up does not stop till your child leaves the house. And when the child leaves the house, then it becomes only mental issue. But, physically, sometimes your anxieties can impact you physically as well. So it's good to make sure that you have good immunity. It's good to make sure that you have a good flexibility, muscle system, especially if you're in tech. Whole day you're going to be sitting there and typing on your keyboard. You don't move around as much. Our lifestyle is not the best lifestyle, believe me. So it is good to make sure that you look after your back, your neck, your shoulders, your general hip flexors, name it. So make sure that you pick up something, anything that you like, which allows you to move for 30 minutes per day. And if you don't enjoy exercising, just do it as a dose of medicine. It's okay. I mean, do your other things as well. And I'm not saying that do only that physical wellness part of it, but please do not ignore it, because people that I'm encountering now who are in their late 20s, 30s, who are complaining about back pain is just not funny. I mean, and I tell all these people, leave these for older people like me. This is not for you guys. You all need to be fit and fine at this stage. So yes, it does take a toll, because, you are going to be having extended hours of work, come work at home. And I think Nanpia ma'am talked about it, and you all know it. I don't need to tell you this. You do understand this balancing and the work round clock, right? So there are days when your work will demand that kind of thing, and especially if you're in the IT industry and software. Yes, there are days which can be really long for work reasons, and then there are days for personal reasons which can be really long. I remember my son was doing a course called Food and Nutrition, which they had to actually practically cook. So the day before the exam, finishing all my office work, and then I would start packing his stuff, because I had to label things and all that, and he would help, of course. But at some point of time, like by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, it's his bedtime, and I say, okay, you go to sleep. And there are days when I was sitting almost all night, and then I would just pack his stuff and take him to. So you can do it one odd day. Obviously, you can't do it day after day. But the good news is you do get a chance to balance your life. But build your physical strength for that reason. All right, now mental wellness. I think the biggest thing at this point of time that you may be facing when you're trying to come back to work, at least the one that I faced all the time, and which is why I think I was never successful in giving my career in the past, even though I tried it multiple times, is this anxiety of, am I going to stay current? Will I be employable when I'm ready to go back? Will I be ready? Do I have all the things ready? Have I done? Do I know all the questions they're going to ask me about? What would I look like a loser if I say I couldn't manage my work life? So put this behind you, but it's important to write down these questions, because once you write it down and you start discussing with your friends, you will realize that a lot of people have gone through these kind of things, and sometimes it's okay to be honest about it. Also, the good thing and the bad thing is that technologies change very fast. And I have to relate this anecdote to you guys. It's kind of hilarious because the other day I'm trying to do. I talked about the fact that I'm trying to develop an idea which I think is going to make a big impact on women at home to become financially independent. So I am actually working on a platform for that. And I'm trying to do a prototype. And initially I debated, should I outsource this work, or should I hire engineers to do it? And then I said, what the heck, what have I done my engineering degree for? I'll do the pilot by myself and then expand the team with my learning from the pilot. So I am learning Flutter because I want to develop an app. And I'm learning Flutter and I'm doing it. And I was so happy because I got the first logo up on my phone, and I got my, the first screenshot and everything. And I was so delighted. My mom came home and I said, look at this, I did this, I learned and I built this. She kind of looked at my face and she said, with your experience, and you went to IIT, you had to learn something now. So, the field has changed. IT is no longer that static field where you went to the college once, learned, and then you kept applying it the rest of your life. That is especially not true of IT. So you have to learn new things. Now, the good news is that even a person like me who was there for 30 years has to learn new technologies. And people, even if you are in career or you're outside career, you still have to learn new technologies. So the good news is that there is a lot of learning plans available out there, at least for programming. So you can go and upskill yourself quite easily. And I talked about pandemic being a blessing in various ways. And one of the ways in which I think it's been a big blessing is it's made online learning more easily available and a little more affordable. So I think that is a good thing. Take advantage of that. And the reason I'm saying the fast changing technology is a good news is because if there's a brand new technology that's coming up, right, there are very few people out there who have the experience. So even if you may be starting along with other people, plus you most likely have prior experience as well. And the other thing you can do is, I'll talk a little bit about it in terms of how you can build your own experience, even if you don't have a job right now. So you can still do that. But if you write down about your anxieties, it'll help you to create that game plan, to address your anxieties. And that'll hopefully bring down your level of anxiety, build up your confidence level, and you will be able to do things. But I want to warn you about two things. One is be prepared to make some conscious trade-offs. I think the guilt somewhere never, ever goes from a working mother. And believe me, whether you stay at home, you still feel guilty. You feel guilty because your parents have invested in some education that you're not using. You feel guilty, because you look at other friends of yours who are working and you say, oh my God, I'm not doing as much. So the guilt never leaves you one way or the other. So don't worry about it. It's here. Unfortunately or fortunately, we are born women. So we are very sensitive people, and we do carry these trade-off guilts and multitasking and the good and the bads that come with it. But more than that, as you're planning to get back, it is possible that you will hit life events. I'm not talking about major life events. I'm even talking about simple things like maid didn't show up for work for 1 week. And this is COVID time, right? So we don't put pressure on anybody to come back to work. So they say, I'm not well, so please stay away for 2 more weeks. And so, these kind of things will happen. Don't let them derail you. They are just transient situation. Remember, I talked about your north, defining your north. That is what is going to help you stay on track. Because if you did not have it, it's easy to get derailed, right? But they are transient situations. Your child may fall ill. You may fall ill. Your in-laws may fall ill. Your parents may fall ill. Your husband may fall ill. Whoever. So it could be anybody. But these are the things I can think of, which are the potential derailers, right? And just remember one thing, and I don't know whoever said it. I think it's a very common thing, but I remember the first time one of my bosses, I was telling him I was fretting about something, and he said, "It too shall pass." And it is so true. And I tell other people this. I remind myself, it too shall pass. And believe me, the journey between, from the time my child was born to the time he left home to go to college was, oh my God, it just flew. And I would love to slow it down now. If I had to do it all over again, I would love to slow it down. But these are trade-offs you have to make. But when we talk about trade-offs, we also talk about a different thing. Like I was talking to some friends, and I asked my friends, especially because I was doing this talk, I went back, reconnected with some of my friends who I know had made those trade-offs. So I had a colleague of mine who had actually joined as an administrator for my team. And she was, of course, a brilliant person. She had left her job in sales, which I found out later on, and moved here. And the reason she did that trade-off was because she said in sales, to close your sales and close your deals, she said you have to work at the customer timing. So if the customer called you at whatever time, and these were not COVID days. If it was COVID days, she probably wouldn't have had to make this trade-off. But these were the days when they had to actually go physically to people's offices. Now, if the customer says he's free on a Saturday, you're going to go on Saturday to meet them. And that was not allowing her to spend the time with her son. And she said there was a day when she came home a little early, and she said she felt like, she had a pet, because the son got so excited. He was hardly a year old. And she said he just jumped all over her. Literally, she said, licked him like a dog would have licked, and kind of roamed around her. And that was the day she actually decided that She wanted to have that feeling of joy, but for her, giving up job was not a trade-off that she wanted to do. So her trade-off that she did was she actually moved to a administrative role. And today, by the way, this is like the story that I'm telling you about is 14 years old story. Today, she's doing really well. She's she's doing a job in procurement. I mean, she was not a technology person. So my thinking is that any of these things that I'm talking about, they do apply even if you're not a technologist. If you're a technologist, it makes it a little more easier because a lot of your job is online. But today there is so much need. I mean, I've got a friend who retired as a technical writer, and she is today helping people with writing bestseller books. And she herself is a best-selling author. Now, what she's like, she's constantly asking me, can you send me somebody who can help me out working from home and couple of hours, somebody. But of course, she needs a commitment. She's willing to pay the little bit. Obviously, she's also budding and struggling person. But there are so many people out there who need help today. So there is scope to do things even if you're not a hardcore techie. So take heart. There is a way to find that kind of jobs as well. It could be through networking and word of mouth, by the way. All right. So the next thing that you need to do once you have mentally prepared yourself and you've accepted and all that is, you now need to prepare your dependents and family. Now that can be sometimes, in some cases, actually, it may be an easier thing. Like for me, I remember when I took the break first time, I was so horrible because, I was not used to staying at home. And I think I was poking my nose where I shouldn't. And I was like just total misfit at home. So finally, my mother had to tell me that, please get back to work because, you are not doing any favor to yourself or to anybody else by being like this. Just go. And her point was that, when you start working outside, you get used to a lot of people praising your work, accolades, recognitions. You get recognized for what you're doing. Being at home is not necessarily the most thankful. It is not. Nobody thanks you every day for the meal you put on the table. So it is a pretty thankless job. So sometimes it is good for us to, and it's a stage of your life, right? I think I was way younger. I tried to quit my job when I had only about 12 years of experience in the industry. Didn't work out. My son was already a little grown up, didn't need me on the day-to-day basis. So it matters, right? So you should share your aspirations, share what's in it for family. How do you make it? This may take some time to sink in. You may be patient. You may have to be very patient. You may have to start gently, like say, I am thinking about this. I think I want to do this. I would really love to do this. And then kind of even talk about, what trade-offs will have to be made because the entire family has to support you. And there is no two ways about it. By the way, but if they're not ready to support, please find alternate things if you still want to do your own stuff. And I follow a very simple paradigm. Ask if you are ready to listen to a no. Otherwise, communicate. So I have very carefully put here saying communicate your action plan and how things will work. And how things will work involve even small things like, when your kid comes back from school now, because when you're at home, you're opening the door, right? Who would open the door? How are you going to handle things? Who's going to give the snack? Because your child may be too small to heat up their own stuff and eat. So there are lots of things to think about. So it's not, like I said, it's not easy when you've been doing it. You kind of start feeling that, the world can't exist without you. But believe me, it does. So you just have to put the plan in place. Ask for ideas. There you don't have to communicate. That you can ask, right? But do sign them up for support eventually. And signing up for support could be even giving them, delegating certain things and asking them to do certain things to help you out. And they could be small tasks, but they could be meaningful. They could be impactful. All right. Now you've already scoped it out. We talked about it, right? The only thing that I would add is after scoping them out, it's always a good idea to group your jobs. Like don't blindly go after just because it's a job. I think ultimately it has to be worth it. You are trading off something. You are trading off some precious time with your family, with your child, with your, whoever, whatever was the reason you gave up your job, right? You are actually trading that off. So your job has to be worth it for you. So make sure that you make a list, and it's okay. You can always make a catch-all, which is good enough job. But something that you never want to do, please don't even bother to list it. Okay, you can find, your selection criteria for these companies. I actually had a really good chat with my nephew. He has about 5-6 years of experience. Recently changed his job, and he's constantly talking about, oh, I saw this on this website. So I actually sat down yesterday with him and said, I'm going to give this talk, and I would like to understand, how do you guys even go about it, and how do you start finding out? I mean, Glassdoor I knew about, Geeks for Geeks I knew, but he said, oh, you just put the search, and then after that, AI works. Bless it. Right, when you want it to work, it actually works. So it actually starts sending you more and more things about it. So he talked about the fact, because I had always heard him talk about, oh, I'm preparing for Amazon interview, and I would say, just give your resume and then talk about it. He said, no, I have to prepare, then only I'll give my resume. And I'm like, okay, how much do you prepare? Now, yesterday, I actually, for the first time, sat down with him and tried to understand what was he trying to prepare. And then he told me, no, there are a lot of the, the day back in the time when I joined, we didn't have that much of coding or designing kind of online, real-time, hands-on things in the interview. But today, a lot of the interviews do involve it. If it is for junior level, they are going to they may even ask you to write the code. But if it's at senior level, typically high level design is all they look for, or your approach to thinking and all that. So when you go to these websites, some of these websites, they will actually list out what kind of things are going to be asked. And then there are people who help you to prepare for it. So apparently, if you search, you'll find all kinds of information. So I've just listed some out here. But I also, at this point of time, I also want to point out to you that you can also look at LinkedIn, and some of the people keep posting these things, right, saying my company is hiring. Now, there are times when people get referrals. So when people get a referral bonus, you can actually reach out to them. They'll be more than happy to, queue up your resumes or whatever and send it there. So there are various ways in which you can use these channels and social media very well. Now, the good news is, if you are not, from the pre-social media generation like me, you are probably way more comfortable than I am in using these. And this is basically your strength. So please use it. Please leverage it to the best maximum possible extent. All right. Now, self-assess. And the reason I'm reminding you is always fill equivalent experiences. And what I mean by this is, you may have done something, even if it's a while back, or even to support like a school volunteering group, or you helped organize an event for your apartment or for your child's school or whatever. If you're applying for a program management job, as an example, putting that down is something that you should do. Just highlight the aspects that are important as per the checklist for that company. Put that in your resume. But because what you have done essentially is you have learned a couple of skills in that process. You have proved that you can work and collaborate easily. You have worked that you can work with diverse set of people, because believe me, there's way more diversity in our apartment complexes and school groups than you will ever see in the workforce. So you should actually highlight these dimensions. Now, this is where, if you had a mentor, or you keep looking at these various websites and you're Googling, you will probably find enough articles and more on how to do it. But do not shortchange yourself, no matter what you do. Every experience that you have counts. So please do list that out. All right, skill refresh is a very important thing. And I will not spend too much time here, because, your previous session actually talked a lot more about this in details. But I do want to talk about a few things here. One is, I've separated the left-hand side more as a networking part of things, where you have to understand the job portals and all that. Referrals are very, very, very powerful. So in fact, as you talk to people and you connect, and in fact, some of you are interested, I can actually help you connect to some of the places. So you with certain organizations, always try to find, if you know somebody in that organization, ask them if they have a referral program and give it to them. Also, as you're talking to people, get a rough idea of what you can expect as a CTC. CTC is basically your total pay package. And the reason I'm saying it is not because you want to be asking people their salaries. That's not the intent. You can just say roughly how much does a person make, when they have a 10-year experience, a 5-year experience, a 2-year experience. And this is to make sure that when you are applying to those jobs, you are not shortchanging yourself. And I will talk a little bit about what is a fair way for you to assess your experience level, because it's not fair for you to compare yourself to, if you have taken a break, to compare yourself to a person who graduated along with you, because that person worked continuously. That person obviously has more experience. But I think you can definitely compare yourself to somebody who has same number of years of experience as you and a little bit more than that. But yeah, we are reasonable people. We don't have to be too greedy. So we can do a balance there. So the reason you want to do that, and Glassdoor actually gives you a pretty good idea. So you don't have to ask, but yeah, if you are chatting with people, instead of going back to them 3-4 times, you can, and if you feel comfortable and you know them well enough, those are the things you can ask them. All right. Now, as you're preparing for your upskilling and everything else, like I talked about, you'll identify hot areas, you'll identify what you like to work on, and you start doing something. Now you are interviewing, you're waiting for a job, but you can practice in the meantime. Freelance is a good way to do it. Volunteer. In fact, I got some websites that I will probably share with the if you guys don't already have it, I will share with the organizers, and maybe they can put it up in my notes or something. Volunteering is a very good thing to do. So one of the things that I've really enjoyed doing since I quit my job, about 6 months back, is that I have a lot of friends who are not technical, but who are doing great job. Like I've got a neighbor and a friend who's a jewelry designer. She never had an online presence. So I'm actually going to pitch in and be helping her out with doing her, Shopify is one of the software. Like for me to use Shopify is easy because it doesn't even require technology. So for me, it'll be like using a PPT. But the fact is that for her, it's a big help. So I have another friend of mine who was actually from IT. She's very technical, but she left her career about 15 years back, and she is now a full-fledged Kathak teacher. I mean, she basically did that. So she runs a Kathak school. She's doing a program for Janmashtami. In fact, I'm actually helping her with the technology behind it, and helping her run that and volunteering that. So there are lots and lots of opportunities which you can actually make yourself make that impact, and you can participate in that. Of course, there are hackathons, projects that you can develop on your own, things that you find useful, right? Go write it, try out your technology skills, so that even if you don't have a real project to say, you can say, I did this. Be prepared for your interviews, both technical and non-technical sides of it. The non-technical is very important because you should
Madam,
have answers. Yeah.
hello. Yeah. So
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
really sorry to intervene. We are kind of running very short on the time, and
All right.
1:30 the lunch break actually ends. So 12:30 to
Oh, I see.
1:30.
All
So
right, so I'll
yeah,
finish in
I'm
5
really sorry
minutes.
about that. So no, just a minute. Can you actually
Hmm.
share your LinkedIn profile or something like that the people can actually contact with you
It's
later?
there on my final slide. If you want to share my slides, it's there on the link. But you can find me by
Okay.
searching for Anju August Srivats. Even if you put Anju August, there's only me there.
Okay. Yeah, that's wonderful. So, a request to kindly wrap up quickly, please. Thank
Yeah,
you so
I'll
much.
just wrap up.
I mean,
So I
you
have
are
the skill
late.
refresh
Spare the
part.
floor. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. All right. So then there is also the talk of ready to build your support structure, and I am sure you'll be able to look at it offline and start doing it. But my point is, don't wait, start now. It is really important that you start looking at it. And we may be in pandemic, but do not assume that you're working from home, you can take it lighter. You have to prepare in the same way that you would do if you were going back to work. All right, very important for you to get employer perspective, so that you have the confidence that there is demand for you out there. You have to be ready, because while the organizations have a very strong push towards diversity, they will not be lowering their bar though for you, but they will be willing to adjust. They will be looking for your commitment. They will be looking for what you've done with your time while you were away. So peace. So just know that there is a market for you out there. All right, and be confident. All right, and then you have all your the pay positioning thing. Now I was going to end with a story, but I don't think I'll have a time. So please go read up about this lady. Uh, I don't know if anybody recognizes her. She's Alyssa Felix, who was actually, she's beaten the record for being the maximum number of field and track gold medals for not gold medals, Olympic medals for USA. And she has a very, very interesting story, a person who refused to trade off and actually drove a change in how the industry, the garment industry, the sporting good industry treated maternity leave. So please go read up about her. You would, believe me, you would be very, very encouraged and motivated and inspired by her story. And this is very, very recent. This is from this Tokyo 2020 Olympics. All right. So now I think get started. All the best to you. I think the way to get in there is to jump in and get going. So I want to wish you all the best. And thank you once again, organizers, for giving me the opportunity. I don't know whether I went over or you guys started late, but
My
sorry about
apologies
that.
too. We started late. That's true. So yeah.
No problem. So I don't know which one missed the boat, but anyway, my LinkedIn profile is there. But if you Google Anjuaga Srivats, you will find me. But thank you for this opportunity, and I would, I mean, if I can help anybody, I would love to do that. All the best to you.
Thank you, madam. So Aryan, share screen rights, or will you sharing?
Yeah, just a minute. I'm sharing it right away.
Okay. Thank you so much, madam. You've covered the plethora of avenues that are often overlooked, or rather not looked at all, be it regarding the pay package or drawing enough energy to actually take the right decision. So thank you so much. It's been great.
Thank you,
On
and thanks for
behalf
this
of
opportunity again.
Team RMC, thank you so much.
Yeah,
So
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it
yes,
is.
Aryan,
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, please
Aryan,
accept this virtual token of appreciation from our end.
Thank you, Aryan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks.
so
Bye.
I think we can do away with the fee and quickly move on to introducing the next speaker, calling upon Veena Desai madam to kindly do the honors. Thank you,
Yeah,
Help me
Anju
to
madam. You
request
have
just
the
help me to
bottom
everyone.
exit.
button.
How do I exit now?
Just a minute, ma'am.
There
Let
is a
me take a
button
quick
bottom left.
snapshot. There might be an option coming on your screen regarding a group selfie.
Oh, okay.
All right. Are there any more people joining in? We have 6 people as of now.
Aryan, can
How
we
do I exit
hurry up,
from
please?
here? Can you? Okay, I got
Left
that.
button
Bye.
on the bottom,
Yep.
but you're welcome
Thanks.
to stay,
Bye.
please. Yes.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, ma'am, we are good to go further.
Please unmute Veena madam.
Veena ma'am, you are already unmuted, but you are not audible to us. Can you please check in with your mic? Ashwini ma'am, is she audible at your end?
No, not audible
No,
from my
I
end.
don't think we can hear her.
So Aryan, just a minute. So I see that Supriya madam is on. There. Yeah. So mic check from her end. So our speaker now is Miss Supriya Menon. She heads the learning services for VMware in India. In her role, she is responsible for driving and growing VMware's education business directly, as well as through the partner ecosystems. She is responsible for managing, developing, and growing the education footprint of VMware in India. Supriya joined VMware in March 2010 from Oracle India, where she was responsible for driving the partner training business across India. She was also responsible for channel development and partner management at Oracle. Prior to Oracle, she worked with NIIT for over 7 years across various roles in both Chennai and in Bangalore. Supriya has over 25 years of experience in the training industry, managing the training requirements of individuals as well as corporates. So it's over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, Veena. So I'll just share my screen now. Just let me know if it's...
So in case you have the group fee thing, you just control minus and then close the window.
You able to see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am. Good to go. We are able to see your screen.
Okay. Just give me a second. Okay, you're not seeing any notes, right? You're just seeing the
Yeah,
screen.
we are able to see the screen only. No notes are visible.
Okay, fine. No worries. No, I wanted to know if the two screens are visible. So thank you very much. I think we've overrun a little bit on time, so I've kind of cut short a little bit of my slide. It's
My
important that
apologies for
we.
that.
No worries, no worries. I understand it does happen all the time. Uh, but I thought it was important that, given the audience and what is the intent, it's basically talking about women on career break. I thought it was important that we go through that. Though I did hear Anju, I think she had this brilliantly given a view of what the steps that a woman on break is needs to take. Some of them are the thought process are similar, but I thought what I would do a little differently is give you my own examples in terms of how I navigated a balance of both my professional and my family life. Just give you a small insight on that. What I want to tell the women here is ultimately it is your choice, and how it is what priorities that you do have at every stage in your life. It is something that you will decide, and if you are a person who wants to work, though there are challenges back at home, you need to explore and see how you can balance both. And sometimes, a lot of times, we are a little scared to ask for help, or reluctant to ask for help, and then also because women are traditionally seen as caregivers. And we have also brought up in that environment, seen our mothers in that environment, and because of which we kind of hesitate to ask for help. So please don't do that. If you strongly feel about anything, even if it means staying at home, it is something that has to be coming from within, and not because somebody else asked you to do that. That's something which I would kind of definitely like to say. I work with VMware. Just to give you a gist, VMware is an organization which basically is a pioneer in virtualization and cloud technologies. We help organizations in their digital transformation, wherein they can work on any cloud, any app, across any device. Today, we work in an environment where most of we are very, very dependent on different apps, right from, I think today we have schools having apps to understand and gauge the performance of our students. If we need to order food, we have apps. We need to order groceries, we have apps for almost everything, right from medical to food to entertainment. You name it, we have an app for it, right? So given that the entire world is moving towards this digital transformation, obviously the usage of smartphones have increased tremendously. So we offer the infrastructure to help people to work across any smart devices that they have. It could be your mobile phone, your tablets, your PC, your laptops, it doesn't matter. Similarly, today we're looking at how we can host our infrastructure not just in our own premises, but also looking at cloud as an option, which is much faster and also gives you the agility and ability to move across different platforms. We've all heard of Google, Amazon, etc. So there is a plethora of options available, and our organization helps give the basic infrastructure for the same. So moving back to women in career and the challenges that women face, I thought I'll just rewind a little bit to give you a little bit of statistics in terms of the number of women who actually do a STEM education in India. So we have perhaps the highest in the world in terms of students or ladies or girl students, and just some statistics states that 20 million Indian women have quit their jobs between 2004 and 2012. That's a huge number, of which only about 25 to 30 people actually return to work. So that's a massive leakage. As you can see, there's only 20-25% of people who are actually getting back to work. And I'm sure we all know why, right? It's because most often than not, women are traditionally, the caregivers. So you have a child, you have to kind of take a break. You have elderly parents who need help, you take a break. Or it could be also for a simple fact that your husband has got a transfer and then you need to move along with him. So it's always the women who have to kind of they are the ones who are, I would say, shortchanged. They are the ones who have to be giving up their jobs. A lot of times, it's also because the male is the main person who's the earning member in the family, and a lot of times it's not important that the woman brings in the money, because they are able to manage with just that. They're financially independent to do so. So this is how the situation is. It's in most houses, and it's not just in India, globally too. There was a recent study at Harvard Business Review where 43% of highly qualified women with children take a career break. Another 24% do take break to kind of take care of the elderly at their house. Now, all this results in there are obviously for any action there is a reaction, right? So what happens is that there is a financial price attached to it. So this break would also mean an 18% decrease on their earning power on an average. And if it's more than 3 years, it could almost amount to 37%. So the more number of years that you are on break, your salary gap between your male counterpart would keep increasing. So that's a lot, especially since you have also taken the struggle to reach where you are in terms of your education, in terms of career. You put in so much of trouble. So that is something which all of us need to look at considering. So a little bit, I'm just giving you my personal experience. So each of us have, and then I think Joe also alluded to it, each of us have our own personal reasons for why we choose to work, why we need to be independent, etc. So when we were small, I have a twin sister and an elder brother. So when we were children, we lost our father. And my mother was a housewife who had no, as in she was a typical housewife who would take care of the house, who would make yummy food. And I think I always associated that with my mother. And plus, she was the person who would teach us. So she was a typical homemaker. But then, because of my father's demise, she had to suddenly wear a different hat, that is to be the financial provider for the home. So that kind of changed a lot of perceptions in our own family, I think. And we need to look at all calamities and see what positive that you can derive from that. What is it that you can learn from it, rather than just, getting worried or depressed or, have negative thoughts on it. So thankfully, my mother was a very strong woman. She never ever got pulled down because of these sudden pressures that she was exposed to. And I think I would always say she is my role model even today. And so the main part of it was she was clear that her daughters would not go through the same challenge that she went through. And she said that they need to be more financially independent before they even get married. So marriage was never a priority for her daughters. She wanted them to be financially independent. I guess when you live with a lady like that, that becomes your cultural, or that's something which you kind of imbibe in yourself. And both my sister and myself, we decided that yes, being financially independent and not being suddenly, when there's a calamity, thrown out of this thing, is not something we want to have. So that was my main motivation. So each of you could have, I'm saying somebody else could have, because they've worked hard, they've done well in their academics and they are brilliant. So why give up a career? But having said that, there could be still reasons why you need to take that career break, because circumstances are such that there's no other choice for you. But don't be disheartened. I'm still saying there is a way. One, you should still try to see if you can make it work. ask for help. I think there's no shame in that. Please share your aspirations with your spouse or your family, because in India we all live sometimes in a joint family. So you need to ask for help. Personally, I have two children. My elder daughter is 18, almost 18 years old. But when I had her, I didn't have any support system. It was just my husband and me and the kids. But I didn't take a break, and I really couldn't even take extended maternity because I just joined Oracle at that point of time, and it was I didn't really have too much of leave. So it was just the maternity 3 months leave that I took, and I was back to work. It was difficult, but then I was ready. I was young. I was ready to kind of go through that. My mother was still working, so she couldn't come and support us. But we kind of managed. I made it clear to my husband that I needed to work, and he was extremely supportive, and we were able to kind of manage that. So it was difficult. Since it's lack of time, I'm not explaining, but we went through a really tough. Especially the first few months after I started work, and then it becomes a habit, and then you get used to it. So it's just that adjusting to a new schedule becomes difficult, but after that, you do. But today, I think the women have a lot more flexibility. The government gives a 6 month maternity leave, which is good. Apart from that, organizations today understand the balance that diversity brings into the workforce, and they're ready to kind of give flexible work schedules. And you can negotiate with your employers on that. I've had in our company a lady who took over a year to kind of get back. So she took an extended 6 months sabbatical after her childbirth, and she's back in action and doing extremely well. So you just have to ask. A lot of times we kind of hesitate to do so. So, like I said, even if you have to take a break, please do. Though if you can avoid, that would be the best. But when you're ready to restart, I think you need to kind of have a plan in place. Look at what are the options which are available. Engage in mentorship programs, and also look at skilling and upskilling. Okay, the reason why these are very important is because technology, especially if you're in the technology field, technology is changing so very fast, and you need to keep abreast. So even if you were at work, you would have to constantly reskill and upskill, and especially if you're not being there, it's important that you start off on skilling yourself in parallel while you are looking at building your CVs, looking at getting in connect with other contacts of your earlier your networking peers, etc. So it's important that you have a goal, and you go for that goal, and you build skills to ensure that happens. So we do have at VMware, we are a strong sponsor for diversity and inclusion. We believe that it's important, and some of the women whom we have a program called the Nakshatra program, which is basically we help women who have taken a break in their careers to kind of come back to VMware and do an internship for 6 months. We found some really brilliant minds coming back and working with us. You could look at you could find details of that on our website. So look for the term Nakshatra. So the only criteria is that you would need to have had 5 years of work experience, and then you're looking at getting back. We also have another brilliant program which is called Project Tara. It's our again inclusion program where we understand when women want to get back to work, their skills are sometimes often outdated, and they need that little bit of push to kind of help them be on par with the others. So Tara, as a part of Tara, we provide all the trainings that we have on VMware, which is available free to the candidate. So please go and visit our Tara website for more details. Again, this is mainly for women who are on career breaks and who would want to rejoin the industry, and therefore would like to skill up. So not just us. So we've tied up with Intel recently, and there are many like-minded organizations who are ready to, provide that extended arm to help you to kind of get back into this career workforce. Please look out for these. These are brilliant opportunities available. All you need to do is look out for it and look at that opportunity and use it. The other good part of taking a break, I would say, is that also helps you kind of reevaluate the course of your career. Do you want to make a change in terms of what you were earlier doing, and is there something else that you have built up? A lot of times women think that when they attend job interviews, they don't know, they find it very difficult to explain why they took a break. I don't think we need to be defensive about it. I think everybody knows why a woman would take, and most often than not, it's either to take care of your children or it is to take care of elders at home. But I think what you need to also use that opportunity is to articulate how you have been managing, and it's not easy managing your homes. You're multitasking most of the time. You have an empathic mind, which today is one of the top qualities that any organization is looking for. You're a team player because you work with your family, you manage everybody's expectations. So there's a lot of skills that you're still evolving and building up while you were at home. So those are things which you need to bring out instances where you helped plan things in your society, help to bring. So these are all skills which will be needed in any corporate environment. So please don't hesitate to do that. The other thing that you need to kind of build is your network. I think just because you've stepped out of the career doesn't mean that you stop connecting with people whom you worked with. Keep that network alive. Today we have a plethora of options to kind of manage networking, right? You have social media, you have WhatsApp. There are so many ways that you keep in touch. Keep in touch, also understand where the industry is moving. Please keep yourself educated and learned about what's happening. I think just reading some newspapers, reading some articles kind of help you kind of build and sustain your inherent skill sets. Don't shut yourself from that just because you have become a mother, or just because you find that small window of time every day to constantly learn and read up, which will never ever go waste when you're ready to look out for your next opportunity. And when you decide that you have this is the time for you to get back to work, I think these are some things which Anju has already shared. Update your CV, find opportunities. Like I said, we have VMware has the Nakshatra and the Tara program that you can work on. Look for mentors. Mentors is another way. If not anything, they can kind of help you. Sometimes it's just talking to somebody about your challenges. They would be able to help you guide with their own experience in terms how you can navigate through those challenges. Most often than not, we don't, for various reasons, we are not able to kind of figure out ways to kind of maneuver, and having a mentor can help you build and also build your confidence. So look out for a mentor who can help you and then help you transition to the workplace. So it's all about what you are looking at. So like I said, a lot of organizations today are looking at increasing their gender diversity. So they have programs like returnship, internship, upskilling programs, and diversity hiring programs. And I've been part of certain sessions. There's this. I was very inspired by this organization called Aspire for Her, where they're helping women who are on break to get back to careers. So lots of options. Just need to know where and how you want to do. Again, like I said, it has to be your personal choice. I've been able to manage having, and like I said, I have two children. The second one is just 7.5 years old, so he's small, and there's a lot of time that I need to give him. But I've found a way to balance today. I'm in a much better position to have a support system. I've been in sales all through, and I've had to travel extensively. So a lot of women also feel guilty about leaving children, to be taken care by. So I've never left my children with a nanny constantly. There was always some adult family member who was supervising. And people feel that you're not giving. You feel guilty that you're not giving enough to your children. But I think your children are strong. They grew up very independent. All through, I remember the feedback which I got from my daughter was from her teachers is that she's a very independent girl. Because most of the time I was not there at home to take care of her because I was traveling. But she knew today I know that she can do her stuff on her own. She's not dependent on her mother. And sometimes I did feel guilty, but then I realized one of the days, I think when she was asked to write an essay, she was really small then, asked her to write an essay about the role model, and she actually put my name, though I would be the villain in the house always because I'm the disciplinarian in the house. But I was pleasantly surprised that she saw me as a hero because she saw me balancing my both family and professional life well. So children are observant; they learn from you. So you don't have to feel that giving up your career is a requirement to kind of take care of children. They will grow stronger and independent. And if you set in the right values, I don't think there is any challenge in bringing them up. So, but you still need to take a break. Go ahead, but do all the other things that I told you to ensure that when you get back, you're able to have a smooth sailing across. So that's it from me. I hope I've not overrun on time.
No, madam,
Thank
you've
you.
been able to cover all the aspects. Thank you so much. It was lovely listening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are there any
Veena
questions
madam?
from
Yeah, if there are any
audience?
questions, I'm ready to take. I wanted to keep it short because I was cognizant of the fact that we were delayed already. So
My apologies.
no, you don't. It's okay. It always happens. Yeah, if there are any questions,
So,
I think the presentation was very much clear. There are no
okay,
queries as of
yeah,
now.
there's no scope
okay,
for ambiguities in what you spoke because they were obvious, yes, and all the more heartening to see that the results were very obvious in the upbringing as well. Plays a large role there. So, thank you, madam.
yeah, you're welcome.
Veena ma'am, you are not
She's not
audible.
audible. Okay, so Tarun, sorry, Aryan,
Yeah,
as a
it
small
is there.
token of appreciation from the team RMC and the Inspire and Engage team, thank you very much. This is Aryan.
Just, yeah, just a minute. I'm sharing it. Yeah,
Miss
here
Supriya
it goes.
Menon.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's the right one. Yeah.
Can you put it on full
Thank
screen?
you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah,
Bye.
ma'am, kindly
Thank
accept
you.
this virtual token of appreciation from our end. And the session was really very insightful.
Thank you
True.
very much. I hope so. Yeah. Bye.
So please accept
Let me
our
take a
gratitude on behalf of the team.
let me take a quick group selfie in order to capture this very sweet moment.
Okay.
So there's a small announcement to make regarding the industry launch that has been set up. So we have people there. A one-on-one meeting can be set up. Kindly have a look at that. So once you finish with this session, you need to click on the session on industry launch. So please make use of the opportunity given. So it's been wonderful with the audience being so patient with the tardiness. My sincere apologies. We couldn't do much about that. So hopefully we'll be able to stick to the time for the rest of the sessions. And thank you so much, Supriya Madam. It's been wonderful listening to you. People like you
Yeah.
inspire us to do more and take courage from it. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks.
So we shall be
So to
joining
the
back at 1:30. So Aryan, over to you.
Yeah, to the participants, you all can enjoy the industrial round, which is in parallel running going on. So kindly join us at 1:30 to continue with this event. Yeah, thank you so much. You guys can take a leave for the day and can have lunch and enjoy the industrial
Not leave
rounds.
for the day. You can get your lunch in front of your laptops and have it along with this as we speak, because it would be really a shame to spoil the schedule. So thank you so much. So 1:30
All
on the
right.
dot. Thank you.
Aryan, do you have next speaker's mementos with you?
Yes, ma'am, I
Yes.
do have, but there will be another volunteer who will be handling.
Actually, I have. I want to share, or otherwise, can I share during that time?
In case you have, you can share through the screen by sharing the screen. Do you
Okay.
have the mementos with you, or should
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mail it to
I
you?
have. I have.
Okay, okay, perfect.
So, madam, let Aryan share it from his screen because he's a little quicker, and you can do the
No.
narration. Is that okay?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
Good
actually,
afternoon, madam. Had your lunch?
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Ashwini ma'am, I
Good
need to
afternoon.
take a leave for the day. There will be another
Yes,
volunteer
please.
who will be
Yes,
handling.
please. Who will be the next volunteer, please?
Uh, I will inform you on WhatsApp only. There will
I
be
think
actually I
Thank you
need
so
to
much.
take a
you,
leave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vandana? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Vandana,
Hi.
any questions?
Hello.
Hi. Yeah,
Hi, hi.
turn on your video. Yes. Yeah, hello.
Yes, give me a moment, please.
So,
Hi.
great. What a
hi,
day.
ma'am.
We started late, but it was so powerful. Listening to all the speakers and wow,
Yeah,
nice. Hmm.
it was wonderful. I think it's just so
Yeah,
enriching and insightful. I heard you say that we'll start at 1:30, so yeah, I think
right.
give it some few minutes.
I mean, it's a Pokemon effect unless we do something in between, and then
Yeah. Let me just share
and
my
weekends
screen.
are time at premium, right? So especially people are busier at weekends, is what I've observed.
Right.
The second button on the left, you find that now, right? Yeah, great.
Yeah. Actually, if you could
Uh,
confirm if my PPT is up and not
it's
my
visible.
no other windows, right?
No other windows.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I guess we're good.
Wow, nice.
Aishwarya. Aishwarya.
So I'll mute myself and until 1:30 the next person
Sounds
comes.
good.
So
Sounds
yeah.
Aishwarya. Hello, Aishwarya.
This is the session chair for your session. So we have Madam with us. Madam, can you kindly introduce yourself? We are still live. We have not stopped recording.
Hi, ma'am. Hi,
Session chair.
Vandana, ma'am. Hi, Vandana, ma'am. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Pleasure meeting you, ma'am.
Same, ma'am. I am Padma Sai, ma'am, working for VNR Vigyan Jyoti Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad.
Okay,
Presently, Chair WIEAG IEEE Hyderabad section, ma'am.
wonderful.
So we are seeing for the first time,
Nice
right,
meeting you.
Madam?
Yeah.
Even there were so many opportunities. Past 2 years, we've been regularly, on uh, virtual mode connecting, but probably a one-on-one on video. This is the first time. Nice to see you on screen as well.
Same, ma'am. Actually, even though pandemic is troubling all of us, but we are able to connect throughout the globe by using all digital technologies.
Absolutely.
We have learned many things during short time.
True, true.
Thank you for having me. I'm like very happy and grateful for this opportunity.
Same, ma'am.
Today is a very special day. One, it's my first talk in IEEE, and two is my dad's birthday. So double
Your dad's,
celebration.
dad's, is it dad's, ma'am? Your
It's
father?
my father's birthday. Yes, yes.
Oh, happy birthday. You please
Oh, thank you.
convey wishes to father on
Thank.
behalf of all RMC members.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, please convey our regards as well. Yesterday was
Oh,
my father's birthday.
oh,
Oh,
that's nice.
convey to him also.
Belated birthday, uncle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is it time? 1 minute to go.
Yeah,
So, I did not stop recording because I felt let it continue. If it goes beyond
yeah,
6 hours,
sure.
then probably.
So how to share screen?
Yes, madam?
So I have to share madam's.
You've made a PPT?
Yeah, I
Oh, okay.
have.
I
You've made
should maybe stop sharing.
Yes, can you please stop sharing just a while? Madam, that's
Yeah,
the memento or the PPT screen for with her bio?
Both I have. Both I have.
Okay, great. So, can you share it then? Just a minute. So,
yeah.
it's on the dot? Yes. So, good afternoon, everybody. We have Padma Sai
Wait,
madam, who's
wait,
the
ma'am. I
WIA
have to
chair
share once.
from, yes, Hyderabad section, who will introduce our next speaker for the day. So, no hurry.
Is it visible?
Please take your
Is it
time.
visible? Is it
Yes, madam, it is
visible?
Screen
visible.
is up, ma'am. Yes.
Please,
Okay,
please go
nice.
ahead.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon to all members. Actually, it is a difficult time. So, it is lunch time. I think everyone is eagerly waiting for their lunch, but because of pandemic, there is no break for lunch. So, we are morning onwards. We are having wonderful talks by all eminent speakers. Now, also adding to that, we are having one more eminent speaker, Miss Vandana Sharma. Title of the talk is The How to Making Plans for Return. Vandana comes with 15 years plus experience of HR experience with a proven track record in driving and delivering strategic programs with a measurable results, experienced in the space of talent management, employee engagement, employee relations, change management, and diversity and inclusion. A problem solver at heart who is passionate about building, scaling organizations of future. She has been with Qualcomm for last 6+ years, playing the role of China site HR head, HR lead. Vandana is proud team member of Qualcomm India D&I team and program manager of Qualcomm Leap second career program for women for Qualcomm India. She believes a safe and empowering workplace helps people bringing their best self forward. She is also a member of Untitled Chapter that brings women in tech space together for learning and networking opportunities across Chennai city. On personal front, Vandana loves traveling and enjoying good music. So now, because of this pandemic, we are unable to invite Madam personally. So I wish next time everything will be settled. So definitely next time, see, you have to come personally and you have to deliver it up. Not only taking care of Madras section, we want you have to expand your origin throughout India. I welcome Vandana ma'am to deliver talk.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you so much. Absolute honor, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this forum today. Especially it is returning mom. So thank you, Ashwini ma'am and Padmasai ma'am and Ramalata ma'am. It's an absolute privilege, and I'm very humbled. This is my first IEEE talk, and I hope to, inspire and engage. It's a very tough timing, 1:30, and I hope I have your attention span. Even if you walk away with one or two learnings, I think I'll be, that's my mission accomplished statement. So on that note, I'm going to just bring up my slides. Give me a moment, please. I hope my screen is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Today is a very special day. One, I think, just sharing before we went on a break is that, yeah, I think this is my first talk and it's my dad's birthday. Super happy, very honored, and thank you for having me. I think ma'am beautifully covered my introduction. I play the site HR lead for Qualcomm Chennai. I think one of what I'm really passionate about when it comes to my work is to really create a workplace that is empowering, that's exciting and inclusive. And I can't stress about the fact that inclusion is even more important in today's era. I'm a certified trainer and also a master practitioner in neurolinguistic. Like ma'am said, I play the role of a program manager for this wonderful program called Quantum Leap. This is the second career woman for Qualcomm India. So women who are wanting to make a comeback, it's such an amazing feeling to watch them make that comeback, get them to really create an ecosystem to really where they can outperform, spread their wings, and succeed. We kind of cherish and celebrate so many women that who made a successful comeback in Qualcomm. Just right after my talk, I have a wonderful colleague who's going to share her experience. So we're kind of we're learning. I think we're learning every day. I mean, in a different, this is, in our world is divided into pre-COVID and post-COVID. In both the world, I think what stayed on is this intent to help and intent to make a difference. So on that note, today my talk track is making, plans to return. Um, the words that instantly resonated with me was, how can we network smartly and effectively so that we can make a successful comeback? It is about who you know in your network, right? I mean, networking is all about, it defines what your net worth is, right? Who do you know in your network? Who do you have connections with? Who can really vouch and mentor and, help you make that comeback? And that's my focus today. And I'm going to call this talk as creating your own beehive. The moment you actually put the word creating your own beehive, suddenly I think the ownership comes to you. You feel a lot more this is within your territory and you can define how you want to go about creating your beehive. It helps you empower, gives you that control, and define what really works for you. And networking could mean different things to different people. So, I mean, I know there are students in this forum, there are women who have taken a break for a lot of reasons. So it could mean different things to different people. So my framework will talk a little bit more broadly, but I hope you kind of take away something in this whole process. So I'm going to just go to the next one. So, life is full of mysteries, we kind of have these fancy plans, I think, just out of our college. We know that, hey, I'm going to just like specialize, do my master's, go to this particular school, pick up this job, pick up this assignment, work on so and so, pick up the skill in the process, go up to a certain level, get promoted. We have these wonderful, ideas about how we envision and what the reality looks like. These are two different things. And a lot of times in careers, when we kind of start, few of us who have a good successful start, few of us have a shaky start, few of us are still trying to make a start. So there are different, and it means, and each one of us have a different story. Few of us who have made that successful start, they kind of pick up the momentum, put their head down. And as women, like I think I heard the earlier speaker also say, we are so committed, right? We are wanting to really put our best, put our heart, put our soul. And I guess we kind of are, in a sense, the perfectionists in that process. So we kind of give it our best, try and, deliver beyond expectation. And a lot of times when I talk to our leaders and managers, I hear exceptional things about women. When I actually see a men more visible, the leaders always come back and say, you know what, women in the team are actually delivering far more, even though they're not visible in office or. And today I think the whole definition of work from home was changed, but I think they're far more superior in terms of performance, but they always underestimate themselves. So I guess the women, there are a lot of setbacks that we experience. There could be a missed promotion, a missed opportunity, but there comes a point in our career wherein we might have to step back, and some of these breaks could be a planned break, and some are very unplanned break. Planned break could be for happy reasons, and some are not so good for. So there are many reasons, like maternity. What I've seen is maternity, marriage, what all of us know rather, mobility, wanting to move, taking care of parents, special needs, health. There's a bunch of reasons that we take a break. And what really happens here is that when you take a pause, the whole I think the kind of self-talk that goes on in our head, which kind of somewhere pulls us down, brings down this whole fear of the anxiety. Will I be relevant? Will my skills, will I ever kind of make that successful? Come back. I'm getting married. What if I have to take care of my, this new life, this new chapter in my life? I have a child. What happens? Will I be able to deliver the way I was, before having a child? So there are so many inhibitions, limitations that come our way, and my goal today is to help you, or rather, I'm going to offer you a few suggestions from my experiences and help you strengthen. Not necessarily expansive network, but really build meaningful professional connections through effective networking. And that's going to be my goal. I'm going to just start off this principle that I learned very early on. People operate from an internal reference when and they are infinitely more likely to initiate the change or be a part of change. The question here is to ask what your networking goals are. Why do you want to network? I think that's fundamental. And I think once you're kind of aligned in your in your thinking, it kind of, what's the emotion behind that networking objective? Are you curious? Are you open to learn? Are you wanting to wanting to upskill yourself or wanting to establish a new connection? What's the intent? What's the place that you're operating from? And that kind of translates into behaviors and an outcome. Your thoughts and your emotions are like very internal focus, or I would call it the internal compass. So the fundamental question is, what are your networking goals? Why do you want to network in first place? I mean, people talk about this all the time, right? I mean, back in college days, we were asked to network, we were asked to socialize, be more visible. But what does it mean to you? And that's where I would want you to ponder a little bit and make a note for yourself. What does that mean when it comes to networking? What are your networking goals? What do you want to do and accomplish? And that's something I want you to maybe take a piece of paper and write it down of why you want to network. This is no brainer. I think, the advantages of creating your own beehive, what's in it for you? I think time and again, it is proven that, there are plethora, and I've immensely benefited from networking opportunities. I started my career, early on, and I kind of had an opportunity to work with, pre-COVID days, I would say, just build on those personal deep connections. You work with different kind of people, and I learned that people could be very different from me. They bring in different perspective, but there's a value that I could learn from them. There's some value that I bring to the table. So there is a whole exchange of wisdom, and this whole collective wisdom makes us all wholesome professional, better individuals, helps us challenge our own intellectual, like our own abilities to push forward, get the best out of it. I makes us more visible. We kind of go about picking up the stretch assignments, and you kind of spread and build on your personal connections. So there are two parts to this whole networking. One, I would look at it building those personal one-on-one deep interactions, and two, there's also a version of yours where you're actually networking beyond the organization that you've been part of. So especially if you've taken a break, but there are connections that you've built in your past, with your former colleagues, with your mentors, with your leaders, kind of just stay at it, stick to it, stay connected. I think that's an effort, and it's an effort that you have to. It's a habit, and habits don't come in overnight, right? You have to stay consistent at it. And the second part of the networking is this whole extended network, which is on the industry, where you're kind of meeting new people from different organizations with shared interests, people who have commonalities with respect to your values, your thinking, and your views. So this could mean different things in different industry. If you're someone who is actually a student, it could mean collaborating closely with the companies, with the placement officers as placement officer, or with your with organizational bodies. Or if you're a women entrepreneur, it could mean different thing. And if you're someone who's wanting to come back, so this whole network is the professional online network. And this brand image, that the personal image that you build for yourself, is the key here. And a lot of times I hear people say, hey, I send a LinkedIn request for a job opportunity and I didn't get a reply. Now how should I react? My invitation to you is that what I've experienced is that networking is not about exchange of cards. It is never about that. It is about planting a seed. It is about learning and establishing that deep connection. It is really coming from a place of genuinely wanting to know this person better. So if you are wanting to make a conversation with someone, you could actually follow this individual, look at their views, kind of post. You can ask them questions around it, genuinely be authentic. And I think it kind of plays out and it shows up. So establish that connection. It's like planting. You won't see the, seeds are, you plant as many as seeds as possible, and at every stage of career. And this, I'm not just talking about, someone who's starting off early. Even today, it is important for me, just like any skill. Networking is a key skill that is critical for my success, and I invite you to invest in this skill because it will help you fast forward and fuel your own career success. So it is about planting those seeds, genuinely making an attempt to make that connection. When I built my I kind of reminded about few takeaways. I looked at two types of people in my career. One who had amazing followers, like this 600 people following, 400 people following. And then there are a few people who are not necessarily those loud and out there introverts. They would like to just stick to their circle. And so the question here is, whose profile is much better? Is it like someone with a lot of followers versus someone who has less followers? The answer is somewhere in between. The key here is to actually establishing meaningful connections, that will being smart about who's in your connection. Do you have enough network champions? Do you have enough sponsors, people who can vouch for your credibility, people who are willing to even put their reputation at stake to vouch for your and pave way for those opportunities? So I think being smart about the right size, I think that's going to be the key. Like I also, what I learned is it's also important to follow up. Generally, make these conversations casual, keep it simple, be authentic, be curious to learn what the other person's goals are. You'll never know what commonalities you will hit off, and then you kind of pick up from there and build deep relationships. So you'll have to really follow it through, be authentic, and of course make time for it. I think that's going to be the key. And one of the things then that I've learned is never underestimate the network that you already have. I mean, we have some rich network, our friends from school, our former colleagues, our own alumni group, the college group. And it is interesting that, if you want to get through someone, it's always at the level 3, yeah, you'll always find them at the second or the third contact for sure. Someone, and always remember, all of your friends, your former colleagues would have actually gone in different directions, and they would have actually formed different circles, and you form newer connections. So it is important to tap into your existing networks and ensure that you're part of it. Given thanks to pandemic, I think there are so many virtual platforms, women with similar interests wanting to make comeback, so many events happening. I think it's amazing how companies have opened up and offering free webinars, and especially today's event in IEEE is organizing. It's fabulous. I think organizations have really stepped up and ensured that the help is available. So the key here is that there is a lot of resources available. The question is, what do you want to do with it? So going back to the first goal, what is your networking goal? What do you want to do? What outcomes would you like to drive? What's your thinking? What's your intent? How do you want to act on it? And how will it play out in outcomes? So it is about planting seeds again, building deep relation, don't keep it transactional, then it becomes very shallow. But go genuinely be authentic about wanting to know the other person. One, it'll let them know who you are as a person. Two, it'll also, you could also be someone who can help people and give them those opportunities. And three, relatable, right? Humans connect, and it just makes it easier. And there's something that happens in the conversation that even if I meet 10-20 people in a networking event, I walk away thinking about that one person that I learned something from. So always be, in that sense, have that long term view is my invitation to you. The next interesting aspect that I time and again get this question is, where do I start? Is there, and there is no real magic pill to it, honestly. I think as women, we just tend to hesitate a lot, even doubting ourselves to check if we are good, but when we are the best. It is interesting that, there's a study that we do in the organization. In fact, studies have shown that, there is a job opportunity presented to a man and a woman. A man would apply to the job opportunity even if he has 60% of the skill. Guess what's the stat for the women? It's 100%. And it's, I'm not kidding, but women actually want to get to the 100% skill to even apply for an opportunity. Excuse me. Do you see this stark difference? Excuse me. Sorry for my bad throat. So, excuse me.
Have a drink of water, it's okay.
So, interestingly, I actually want to share, there was this, I went on maternity break, and, the pieces that actually, I've been in the industry, but the pieces that actually came to me is that as professional, though I'm aware of my own limitation, the fact that, the fear of missing out, will my skills stay relevant? Will I be able to keep up even if I come back? All of the self-doubt, self-limitation actually hold us back. And I think we know it, but what's important is the awareness. Just being aware that, hey, you know what, maybe, it's okay to feel this way, but what is that I can do about it? Going from going into solution creation mode actually helps you make that shift and get into, what next kind of an action planning. So in college days, I think as freshers, when we start off, we've been asked to network, build relationships. And I used to always wonder, I used to like really show up in these conference meetings, exchanging business cards. And one fine day, I just had this pile of business cards, and I'm like wondering, what is that? Do I really know these people? I mean, do I really know them as individuals? And I think going back to the quote, it is about planting relationship, making those meaningful connections. It is not about the number of people that but really making that connections. In my role in HR, when I talk to the leaders, a lot of times I hear them say things like, this women engineer needs to be more visible. She needs to pick up more assignments. She needs to network a lot more. And when I chat about it to a women engineer, they come back saying, you know what? I'm actually the best in what I'm doing. I don't have to, my manager knows he'll take care of or she will take care of my performance. I don't have to worry about it. And it's interesting that, the leaders have a different perspective. The women engineers having a different perspective. They believe that they're doing what it takes, and, and they kind of sometimes also feel awkward. I mean, what is that I could talk about? I know my tech stuff and I'm only going to focus. But I think the key here, guys, is to really, challenge your own, ideas, bounce off an idea with someone. You never know, you might have a breakthrough in terms of solving a solution in a more efficient manner. So I think personally, I'm someone who's benefited by building those personal connections, even if it is making those connections with a stranger. It is about intent that you're walking up or approaching with. So that's my invitation. And the other piece that I wanted to call out is that the element with respect to I covered this, understanding what is coming our way. The element around conversation starter and elevator pitch. I think the best thing about conferences is that largely everyone is having a common topic to talk about. So they really are those topics. You will always see some of those folks who raise up their hands wanting to ask a question. It's about presence of mind, really making that connection of establishing yourself. And this is where it brings me to the next topic about having an elevator pitch for yourself. And this is like such a time and again, hey, what do you mean? I mean, all of us know what an elevator pitch is, but I would want to suggest like three parts to this. I mean, there's no rocket science, and all of us can get started if we don't have one. One, having a summary label of who you are. Two, talking about what your past and your current experience is, and what your future, where you're headed. So, for example, if I'm an engineer, let's say Sunita. So I'm Sunita. I'm 15 years experience. I'm a firmware developer. I work for Intel, currently associated with Qualcomm. I'm actually someone who's working on the networking side of things and networking products, and I'm headed towards certifying myself and pursuing a master's degree in artificial intelligence. It covers who I am, gives a background, where the companies that I've been associated with, and where I'm headed. Now, let's say masters, and I'm talking with someone with it, then you kind of they could come back asking which masters, and you kind of start building those common grounds, and then have that. It is important to revisit your elevator pitch time and again, because every 12 months or so, because the more you kind of get better at it, practice it, you get more confident, and you can refine it. Reconnections and building more connections. Never underestimate your existing connections. I think when I took a break, I suddenly, you have these support group, no matter which career stage you are. If you're starting off early or as a mother, you have support groups. You have, if you're going through an experience, there's someone always out there who's gone through a similar experience. So the key here is you're never ever alone. And the key is to leverage those connections and build more connections. I have learned immensely right from my career start till now. A lot of ideas with pandemic coming in. What do we do? How do we get things done? What ideas? What companies are doing? How do we help employees? I think we've come together collectively as a community to ensure that we make a difference. And the power of connections and power of networking comes to your advantage. And more importantly, pay it forward, guys. I think it is a small thing. It's a small gesture, and anyone could do this. I mean, if you're starting off early or if you're on a break, it is about value. It is about helping someone without zero expectation, expecting nothing in return. It's like building on your social capital and forgetting about it. But someday when you want to, check on it and, want to reach out, people will be more than willing to help you. This slide is a lot of times I talked about this example about what is the right and how do I be right smart about my network. And I want to say about this number, which is called the Dunbar number, which means that you can meaningfully connect and have 150 stable social relationship. That means you could meaningfully relate to 150 odd people, and this is a scientific research. Relate to people, and this is meaningful connection. Now, I want you to today maybe reflect on, write down who are these 150 meaningful. Do you have network champions in your network? Do you have sponsors, people who can vouch for it, who could pave more opportunities in your career, who could fuel your career, who could connect you to someone that you're always been aspiring? So just go back to your network, in your LinkedIn network, and see in your professional network or WhatsApp, whichever group. Are these meaningful relationships? Am I staying in touch? Am I making time to stay in touch? And that's the key that I want you to, walk away with. And of course, be authentic about how you're going about it. Few reminders. Always remember, it's inside out. I think while we are growing up as women, we've been always told, never boast about credibility, never talk about, because it's rude, right? Girls have been taught not to talk about a credential because it's like boasting and it's being negatively looked at, but that's not true. All of that is a myth, guys. Always start inside out. I think it's about who you are, what value proposition are you bringing in as professional. Even if you're a junior, early starting on, or you're a returning mom, each one of us have a value. You could take part in discussions in LinkedIn and Quora, and these in conferences, in participate, be visible. So it's always sort this and never ever doubt yourself. I think we just overthink sometimes. just go with the intent of what's the outcome that you're going after. How am I feeling about it? What do I want to do about it? And what outcomes that you want to drive. Two, have an elevator pitch. Write it down for yourself, refine it, ask yourself, run it past, bounce it off with a friend, with a colleague to see how is it coming along, and you can always refine. Three, leverage your personal connections. Stay in touch and remember the Dunbar number, which is of 150. Do I have all 150 connections? Broadly, no. I'm still working at it. I'm not saying that I've arrived and everything, but the key here is to make time and commit to it, and I think that's the key here, guys. Like I said, I'm also the program manager. I have the, I have this amazing opportunity to work on this program. We're actually consciously ensuring we get more women back to workforce. So we're accepting applications. So if you're someone who's taken a 1-year career break, it's absolutely fine. You can always make that comeback. And I'm sorry. If you have 1 year plus experience, you can always, and no matter, we are not measuring your career break. We have folks who've taken 7 years, 8 years, and they've still made that successful comeback. So if you have 1 year experience and you are looking for a job change and wanting to make a career back, please apply to this ID. I'm going to leave it at here. And of course, come back and shine on. There are many online networking forums that you can participate and talk to people, network, learn, generally connect with people. And there are this few representative of a snapshot of forums that you can enroll. There's a host of it, and of course this will also depend on which industry you're from and all of it. So just create your own beehive. You're in charge, you're in control, and shine on, guys. So on that note, I'm just going to open up for questions, please.
Well, do you see any questions, Naman? I'm not able to see the chat window.
No, there are nothing in the comment section.
Not yet.
Okay.
Either people are busy eating or busy
Yeah.
reflecting, or they've not listened.
No, I don't think it's eating because I see 23 participants and I don't think they would, I see a lot of value in such kind of interactions. So can you just tell me about the 150 connections, like as you very nicely mentioned that it's not something that you can leverage from as it's a plant that you see very nicely told. So can you just, tell me a little bit more about this 150 connections?
Yeah.
More often than not,
Sure.
it's like referrals and these things. So you take a break and then you get back. If you've got a good support system with, friends and networks, it's like great.
Yeah.
So what about people like who are introverts and people like me, basically, who are very shy to go out and.
Yeah. It's interesting, Ashwini, that, never ever underestimate an introvert, because research also shows that introverts are amazing in building deeper relationships. And that's the best part. I think no matter what personality profile type you are, but I think the key here is to actually write down those, who are your sponsors, who are your mentors, who genuinely care for you as individuals, as professionals, right? And I think it makes those concerted effort. I mean, these are people that you met in different walk of life, at different, phases of your career. And always remember that, they could always introduce to someone in their connections, and, wherever you believe that they could add value to your profile. So I think it is slowly like planting seeds, right? You kind of consciously, genuinely invest in ensuring and being smart about, if I go for an event, or if I can, if I'm pursuing a certain opportunity, or am I pursuing a funding opportunity, or if I want to showcase an ability, will these folks back me in a formal, in a professional platform? Will they vouch for my skill set? Will they say Ashwini is someone, hey, she's someone I've worked very closely and she's credible? And I think that's how you start building your social capital. And yeah, I think the Dunbar number is a scientific research, Ashwini. So I won't be able to go into the depth of it, but I think the nutshell, or the research shows that as individuals, we can know people in and out of who they are and how are they connected, up to 150 relationships meaningfully, for you to know them personally, not like she's Ashwini, but she is Ashwini. She works here. She's passionate about, bringing women together, a little bit beyond names and designation, those deeper connects. And it's important to be smart about taking I don't know, an Excel or a pen and paper to write it down to see, have you really done your groundwork to consciously build it? And it's a skill, it's a habit, and you have to build it in your calendar. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Well, yes, totally agree with you there. Thank you. So I still don't see. Yeah, are there any comments there?
I guess a thank you from you. Yes, I see that.
Okay, I was actually, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, this was written much earlier because you covered the networking. That was something that I felt one should take up. So you covered it very well. So thank you again. May I call
You're
upon
most
Padma Sai
welcome.
madam?
And thank you for Ashwini for the opportunity.
Oh, please. No, we've got a wonderful team, and I'm so happy that we could find people who could add value to this. And when we are, it's usually, a time of apprehension when we call people from the corporate sector. It's usually the promotion of the companies that, takes up a larger real estate rather than the actual value adds. So I'm so happy that all of you could find time to find the smallest things that could add value. Thank you so much. So, Padma Sai, madam,
Appreciate that.
I call upon you to kindly take the stage. Handing over the mic to you. Padma Sai, madam.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, madam. So,
Is
Naman has.
screen visible?
Yes, madam. Okay, it's you sharing. Great. I mean, not fully though. Yes. Please go ahead. Do speak.
Are you able to see momentum, ma'am?
Not yet. Not yet, ma'am.
It's
It just
getting.
came up.
Yes.
Yeah, it did. Now it's up. Come up. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor, and thank you for having me, team.
So,
And thank you to both of you.
on
Hello.
behalf of. Yes, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful session. So, really, we need your support for all women. So, whoever is breaking in their career, so how to go about it. And not only that one, now many students, so especially girl students, when they're having some problems, they're unable to share and they're going into depression. Nowadays, we are seeing more during pandemic. Can you throw some light for 1 minute? How can we tackle such situations in academic institutions?
If I understand your question right, of if especially the girl child, they're taking breaks, you're saying, ma'am, in academic space?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Okay, as a student, if I take a break because I'm not keen to pursue my academics further, is that if I hope I got that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Not
I
only
think
that one, actually sometimes even those for small problem, they are unable to tackle such problems.
yeah, yeah. I think, ma'am, I'm sharing from my experience again, of course. What I've seen is that, I've seen engineers or even students for that matter, when I hire them from campus. Um, and I also, when I talk professors, when we go to hiring, super smart, very charged up, bubbly, and then suddenly they go into this nut, a trap or a shell, and they suddenly shut off, right? I mean, I think um, the key here is to offer them that support, really dwell deeper into, because a lot of times it could be mentoring, it could also be professional support. People might be experiencing different, and with this whole pandemic, people are reacting differently. Not just pandemic, I think people have their own challenges and struggle. One, I think my invitation to all students, if they're listening, is to have a mentor or a go-to person that they look up to. It could be your professors, it could be your someone from the industry, it could be your own cousins or someone in the industry whom you could relate and share your struggle and perspective. I think it is important to speak up. A lot of times, in the digital world, a Facebook post might say something, a LinkedIn post can say something, but as a person, am I happy? Am I really struggling? And that's not very, and that's the setback with the virtual thing. So my invitation, ma'am, is to ensure that let them know the support is there. They could reach out. They can ask for help, and there's no shying. I think shying away from the fact that if they're going into depression or any kind of
Well,
struggles, people have gone through it,
I
and I
agree
think
with you. Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's
sure,
been great.
sure.
So this is some question that we need to address from a lot of fronts. So agree with
Of
you
course,
there.
yes,
Thank you
yeah.
again. Many thanks to Padma Sai Madam for placing on record our gratitude to Vandana Madam on behalf of Team RMC and the track Inspire and Engage. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
May I
team.
call?
Bye bye.
Thank you. May I call
Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Anupa? Many thanks. Dr. Anupama?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, can you please do the honors by introducing the next speaker to us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we have with us Miss Asha from Qualcomm. So it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker to the audience. So we welcome you, ma'am. So she is a semiconductor professional with more than 13 years of experience in Qualcomm memory IP team. She has individually contributed as an engineer on various projects of memory design flow, starting from layout design to verification performance, characterization, and final release of two top-level chip integration technologies. Extensively worked on the detailed verification of the memory design applications. She has responsibly led and mentored the characterization team, CAD team to continuously improve on productivity, quality, and the execution of the programs. Currently, she is responsible for all the deliveries of the IP memory team at Qualcomm, and she is also the leading for the understanding and identifying quality issues and bringing holistic approach to put measures in place to achieve robust QA processes. So with this, ma'am, I welcome you to the event. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. And thank you, Ashwini, Padmasai ma'am, and all the team of the volunteers for this wonderful opportunity. I am super excited to be presenting here. This is my first time as well. And a very good afternoon to everyone. And Vandana, that was an extremely inspiring talk and very, very definitive pointers as to where all of us, lag, or all of us need a little help or a little push to kind of elevate ourselves to go reach that aim. Thank you so much. That was very inspiring. Very good afternoon to everyone. A huge welcome to all the ladies who have been wanting to come back. Welcome back. You've been missed. I will share my PPT. Please let me know. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So welcome back. You've been missed. I'm Asha. This is my 7th month back in Qualcomm after a break of 4 years. I'm so glad I'm back. I'm here to share with you my story as we go along the slide deck. I'm very thankful for this opportunity to connect with you all. I took a break after 13 years of work. I have 2 kids who are now 14 and 7. It was a very difficult decision then when I quit. And of course, it is a very challenging decision that has been, and at equally challenging circumstances when I staged my comeback also. So the biggest obstacle for any progressive development is the lack of preparedness. The biggest obstacle that I faced was procrastination. It's like I'm ready to go back to work, but not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe a month later. Maybe after 6 months. After this life event gets over. After this happens. After that happens. that never stops. And also, you always feel good telling yourself that you're doing this for someone else, kids, parents, family, etc., etc. It feels good, isn't it?
కింద
That it
ట్యాగ్
feels
లేదు మ్యామ్.
nice
ఎవరు
that
బాలాజీనా? ఒకసారి పిలవండి మామ. ట్యాగ్ కట్ చేసే కానీ రావట్లేదు.
Padmasai madam, can you mute yourself, please? Naman, can you please take the mic? Can you mute yourself, madam? Thank you.
yeah. So it feels good when you think or when you convince yourself that you're actually helping somebody. That you're so good, you're helping somebody. That helping, when you say it is helping somebody, that is where you have actually locked yourself. And there would be this performance at the kids' school, a close family gathering, some big festivities at home. I will go back to work after this, and that too. This doesn't stop. This is just a part of your life. So there is no point in saying I'll do it tomorrow. Start today, ladies. Today is the day. If you want to go back, start today. So I leave you with for the first obstacle, I would leave you with a saying from Napoleon Hill. He says, "Don't wait. The time will never be just right." And it is so true. And the second one, and the most important hurdle that you have to cross, is the feeling of I'm needed at home. In the stay-at-home mom phase, trust me, this is the most tiring profession, unrewarded, and hats off to people who've been willingly embrace this. The urge to keep myself busy, useful, had led me to do everything by myself. The kids, the husband, the household, the whole activity every day, everything was centered around me, and it was a vicious circle that I had created for myself. It's not good for anyone, not good for me, not good for the family either. Despite all this, the feeling of frustratedness, the restlessness, and the feeling of incompleteness will not go away. There is an urge to push yourself more at every situation. You come to force this on all the people you interact with on a daily basis. So this happened after roughly around 2 years after my break. So this is when I realized, all the feeling of incompleteness and the frustration is majorly because I am not able to use my potential completely. So that is when I decided I had to go back to work. Since I'd created this vicious circle where you feel things can go on without you at home, you're cornered. So get out of this, shake it off. I'm sure many of you will relate to this scenario at home. And please don't get locked there. You have to get out of this. And nothing ever depends on anybody in this life. And we all know that. There is a powerful saying by John W. Gardner: true happiness involves the full use of one's power and talents. Please remember that, ladies. There is a definite need to, all your immense potential, power and talents, and they need to be put to use. So decide today and come back. Other typical fear that all of us have is, what if I've forgotten everything? What if my skills are out of date? And so much have changed since I've left. There are fancy pictures everywhere on the internet where there is a cool office and there are all young graduates fresh out of school, and they're coming in, walking through the offices. You see all this in social media and LinkedIn. You see all this in Facebook. You see it everywhere. So this intimidates you instantly. But this is not the reality. Yes, technology has changed, but it can be picked up quickly. All the evidence shows that fundamental skills do not date. If you used to be a good design verification engineer back when you were working, chances are that you're still a good DV engineer, but you will need to update the tools and techniques you use. So, takeaways from this slide. So, do not procrastinate and do not fear the unknown. So, I have intentionally added this slide to include all women who take break. It's not just because of childbirth and just because they became mothers. So there are women who take break because of elderly care, family members with special needs, and personal health. This is a very challenging situation, which generally takes a long time to resolve, more than 5 to 15 years or more sometimes. And there are women who have quit for good, and then they realize after a few years that they have to return to work, and they might return to the same profession or start or like discover a completely newer side of them, a new hidden potential, and start out new. So there are women who have planned a break and they have planned their return too. So what I'm trying to tell you here is there is no need to shy away from the fact that you have taken a break. There is no need to shy away from the fact that the break has been so long. It just doesn't matter. It is just your will and your that inner calling or the passion which drives you to come back to work. So in a Harvard study, it says what holds women back at work is not some unique challenge of balancing the demands of work and family, but rather a general problem of overwork that prevails in the contemporary corporate culture. Women and men are alike to suffer this as a result, but women pay higher professional costs. Women experience a different psychic tension, which is normally not experienced by men. So they would actually get a little overworked, and they would feel, oh, I'm not spending enough time with my family. They would feel the pressure. They would buckle down. They would kind of take some time to get back. But women have a different, expectation altogether. Their commitment to family is primary by nature. So, it is an assumption or it's a deduction, whatever you want to say. Their commitment to work has to be secondary. So they're expected to embrace an intensive, my family is all important approach to parenting. But a family first stance comes at a significant cost to their careers and flies in the face of their professional ambitions. So the takeaway from this slide is do not be sorry for your break. You took a break for a reason. It should be respected. The break is a part of you that has to be welcomed where you rejoin. Have a two-liner to explain the break sincerely, and that's all you should do. You should not be defensive about it, or you should not be talking or explaining more about it, to convince somebody else. Because, see, you try to convince somebody else because you are not convinced in the first place. So, convince yourself that this is all is needed to explain your break, and that's it. And I think during this break, what you've done to manage your house, manage your kids, manage your, every other thing, you might have learned a new skill. Like, for example, I never knew how to drive a car. I drove, I got my license and I drive on my own now. And I used to take my kids to school in a two-wheeler earlier. Now I take them by car. I take them out. I take my mother out in the car. It's a very proud feeling for me that I have done in my break, which I would not have dared if I would have continued to work, beyond that time. So what I want to tell you is it is awesome that you have so much life experience because of your working and the break, and you have time to reflect on yourself, and you're bringing that to the table. It is so valuable, so needed, and so necessary, especially at this place and space that our world is in. So don't be apologetic about your break and be proud of it rather. So now that you've decided to start the journey of comeback, and you have to start, or you can start acting on it, the first thing you can streamline is, what is it that you want at this juncture of life? What matters to you most? Please be aware, if you don't clarify this for yourself at this stage, before going back, it is likely that you will head towards another break. So do you need a connection? Do you want to build a network to start out something new or establish a strong base for something that already exists? Do you need flexibility in work? This pandemic has proven that remote work is absolutely successful, no problems at all. And we've seen corporates embracing hybrid culture, which should inspire and give more power to many women. Are you eager to join a more interactive work where you would like to connect personally to a lot of people? You want to see them on a daily, day-to-day basis. You want to travel. So all these are a few examples of what you can consider while, deciding what exactly do you want. And are you in this for monetary reason or the benefits that come out of work? And your values that come out of this thinking will become your compass as you navigate your way through this whole process. So defining them upfront is critical. The options that I've given in the slide are examples. There can be many more to it. It is totally up to you. You are the you are the designer of this particular what do you want segment. You have to decide wisely. Consider what you would like to get out of a job and why you're interested in working again. Keep your needs in mind too, whether they are salary requirements, flexible hours, or anything else for that matter. So you can really nail this choice. Take a paper, write down the pros and cons of the opportunities that are available to you. Evaluate them based on the what you want attributes that you have selected, and then decide. To me, when I made this decision, it was mostly flexibility and work, because the place where I stay is like it's like about 3 hours drive to the Qualcomm office where I used to work before. I have done that for 13 years and I just can't think of doing it again. So flexibility and work was an option when I quit. So when I quit, I was managing a team which required face-to-face meetings and my personal presence in the office. I decided when I had to go back, I can't do this at this stage of my life. And if I do this again, you will get into that loop of not having enough productive hours because of, traffic or whatever that you might attribute it to. So I've opted out and asked for an individual contributor role when I rejoined Qualcomm. So ask what you want. Ask what you want. Until you ask people, they won't know how to help you. So there is a dearth of skilled, experienced resources always in the industry. And it always seems impossible until it is done, says Nelson Mandela. So this is my the slide which kind of prepares you to actually start out. So what would you do? So now that you know exactly what you're looking for, it's time to prepare the ground and get in the groove. I say, the example I give to my kids, I give this example to my kids also. Without a rhythm, music becomes noise. Similarly, without a consistent lineup of activities every day, at a particular time, it is impossible to achieve any desired outcome. So to get out of I'm needed at home syndrome, I actually set up the kids and the rest of the family to do certain things at home at certain time. A lot of complaints initially. Trust me, nobody lived up to it. Nobody ever wanted to do it. My little one was so pampered. She still doesn't eat food by herself. We have to, it is a tough time to get her to eat. So, but still, compared to when I started out and now, these complaints just went away over a period and people started realizing, they can do it on their own and nothing really great. It's not a great burden. If I do it myself, it's really not affecting any of their regular work. So you can explain this decision to your kids rationally. So things they would understand and connect. That really helps. And then I hired help. I just had a very minimal help when I was on my own, not going to work. So, when I had to come back, I had to establish a routine at home. It's not after I join work. It's like it should set that stage for me to be able to continue my work when I join work. So what I did was I hired help, which would require very minimal supervision, yet things would go on without fussing. I set up a me space similar to the office setup. And whenever I sit to update my resume or engage in networking, I would tell the kids that I'm at office and not supposed to disturb. So the desk looks like I have a printer, a laptop, and I have a small vase that my kids have presented me on my birthday, and there are a few other stationery that I needed, and there are some papers. So it looks like an office setup actually. So I have really created that. I have got an office chair and I have made that small space for myself, which really inspires me that, I have to sit there, I have to go there, and I have to do my work. So that is one thing I did. And then other thing I did was I started calling old colleagues at work. So as Vandana said, this is where you have to tap in what you already have. I was not completely disconnected, with my colleagues, I would say, but not connected with them per se on things like coming back to work or I want to join again. I had never discussed this stuff with them. So when I called up a couple of people and told them I decided to come back, I actually called people who knew, who were aware of all the good work I did when in my last tenure of 13 years in Qualcomm itself. So I also expressed my apprehension of coming back. I told them, what if, see, Qualcomm is a company which the tech node development, like a tape out of a tech node is like every 6 months we move to the next tech node. That's the maximum time you can stay in one tech node. So 4 years is really a long time for me to just start out and then say, oh yeah, I am ready, let me go. That was the biggest that was staring in my face, because I know the technology, I understand what goes on behind it, and that is the biggest apprehension I had. But to my surprise, although they said, the work has gotten more hectic and yada, 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 and they confirmed that nothing great had changed and I would come back and integrate easily. So this was a very good reassurance that helped me, that actually built my confidence. And see, this is what a network can do to you. So please make that network connections and build on it. And after this, I touched base with my director, who started out things for me. And from there, I could see my
gentle reminder.
Yeah.
Asha, madam.
Sure.
A gentle reminder. We are just kind of,
Yes. I'm almost done, Ashwini.
Yes,
Okay.
I know that. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. Sure. So for the interview, please brush up your skills, upscale based on where you want to go back. And then when I joined back at Qualcomm, there were these 3 networks that I really could lean on for support. One is the HR network, the manager network, and the peer network. Tapping into these networks will enable you to integrate easily. I was assigned a mentor whom I could talk to about any support I needed during that transition time. There is a system built to make us feel safe and welcome. And it is effective only if we use it for our own advantage. So be confident. It is your decision. You have made the choice and you can make this work. This is all I had to share with you today. So let's start with this thought. The comeback is always stronger than the setback. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm open.
So Naman, you see anything in the chat window, please? Rajul? That was a wonderful talk, actually. Like often people talk about coming back as if it's something that was an overthought. But you put it very rightly that it takes much more courage than what is, given due credence. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks,
Naman?
Ashwin.
Yeah. On behalf
Yes,
of
ma'am.
my team here at Returning Mothers Conference, as well as the track of Inspire and Engage, our volunteers here, Naman, Dr. Anupma, Dr. Veena Desai, Rajesh, Ritu, and all the other innumerable people who worked in the silos, humble thanks for all the time that you could actually, gather to put this wonderful slide deck in place and inspiring us nonetheless. Thank you. So,
It
Naman, can you
was an
please?
honor, Ashwini. Thank you.
Pleasure is all ours. Naman, can you please pull the memento poster? Or do I need? Yeah. We have the speaker, Miss Asha. Yes, right. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a
Small
wonderful
ribbon.
opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we have on stage, requesting Naman again. Yes. The next that we have is a discussion on creating a workplace conducive to return back. I have with me our volunteer Prajul. So I take this opportunity to welcome on board our 4 panelists, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to introduce these wonderful people. So first off, we have Dr. Niranjan UC, who would be setting the tone and moderating this discussion, so to speak. So Dr. Niranjan UC obtained his PhD in Electrical Sciences from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 1993. He was a visiting researcher at Parama Biomonitoring Institute at Fukuoka, Japan in 1994 and 1996. He is an adjunct professor in the ECE department, MIT Manipal, and director of research and training at Manipal.net, Manipal. He is the president of Biomedical Engineering Society of India and the past chair of IEEE Mangalore subsection. He was the recipient of IEEE MBS Best Student Paper Award in 1992 at Paris and Young Achiever Paper Award at ISCE Arizona in 1996. He was felicitated with the Distinguished Alumnus Award by NITK during the Diamond Jubilee celebrations in the year 2019. Adding to this, Sir has been inspiring a lot of young folks in not only taking up professional courses, but also whenever they've had setbacks. And we've been constantly looking up to him for guidance, driving from his own inspirational journey that I'm sure he will touch upon. So next, I call upon Prajul to introduce us to the next speaker. Prajul, please unmute
our next
yourself.
panelist, yes ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Our next panelist is Ms. Sita Lakshmi. She is an accomplished project manager and corporate social responsibility professional with over 17 years of rich experience in leading education and community programs and working with multiple functional teams. She currently leads the VM Inclusion Tara, a unique return to work program for women on a career break with VMware India Private Limited. This includes helping women find their way back into the workforce by upskilling them on the latest technology in cloud computing and virtualization. Along with all these, she's an avid traveler and chases her Himalayan dreams, believing that traveling shouldn't just be a tour, but a tale. Over to you, Ashwini.
Yeah, wonderful. So we have another person from the industry, a very lively person. Happy to have Viji Ganganna with us. Welcome on board. So Viji is a senior director of engineering, and she heads the RF and analog teams at Qualcomm Bangalore. She has a bachelor's degree from ECE UVC Bangalore and a master's from electrical engineering from SDSU USA. She has overall 26 plus years of industry experience and has previously worked at Synopsys, the erstwhile while it was Avant, and Intel and Broadcom, the erstwhile LSI. She's been with Qualcomm for 30 plus years, and Vijay has been involved in 40 plus tapeouts with Qualcomm. She's also led the IP and physical design teams at Qualcomm. She is a well-respected technical leader at Qualcomm and is very passionate about technology. She's also been a part of several industry panels, tech talks, conferences, etc. She started the Just a minute, please. She started the Qualcomm Women in Science Engineering chapter for BDC and now leads the Core Women BDC chapter that is working with the global D&I charter. Vijay has been instrumental in scaling the efforts, mentoring future women leaders, working closely with women forums and many more institutions to her leadership role in the organization. She has accomplished driving inclusion efforts for core women, building quality community, especially during the rise of COVID-19. She has made significant programming contributions, leading initiatives to recognize women engineers, coordinate community talks on health and personal excellence, and providing opportunities for community engagement through yoga, wellness sessions, and networking. On personal front, Vijay is married with a daughter in medical college and has travel, running, walking, Zumba, cooking as hobbies. She has travel visited over 25 countries and has run several 10,000 kilometer marathons and participated in Oxfam 100 kilometer and 50 kilometer walks. So we have the last speaker, Prajul. Can you please do the honors of
Our last
introducing her to
panelist
us?
is Dr. Vidya. Yes, ma'am. Our last panelist is Dr. Vidya Durai. She's an experienced blend of technology, learning and development, CSR and philanthropy, diversity, equity and inclusion, and IT leadership. She also has an experience of 18 years in academics, teaching and research guidance in electronics and computer engineering at Anna University to undergraduate, postgraduate and PhD students. 18 years as Head, Technology, Learning and Development at BNY Mellon, India, with proven abilities in technology training, job-specific competency management, and competency development. 12 plus years of active leadership, diversity, equity, and inclusion BNY Mellon. She is also co-chair of Corporate Social Responsibility Committee at Madras Chamber of Commerce and Industry, executive committee member at Empowering Women in IT, an NGO for the cause of women in IT. And she is also a trustee at Rajalakshmi Srinivasan Memorial Foundation and a managing trustee at iNautics India Foundation. As regards to the education, she holds a PhD in computer science from Anna University and has done her bachelor's and master's in engineering in electronics and communication engineering from Anna University and has graduated in the year 2012 from Securities Industry Institute, the Wharton School of University
Naman,
of
can you please
Pennsylvania.
elevate her to speaker? Naman, can you please elevate Dr. Vidya to speaker stage? Stop sharing the, yes, great. So happy to have all of you on board. Thank you, Prajul, for reading out Dr. Vidya's profile. So can you please stop sharing? Dr. Niranjan, you will share the presentation or bottom left, second button?
Yes, I can share. I can share.
I have it ready
Yeah,
with
Ashna,
me.
by the way, you're only half visible.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that to her. Ashwini.
Okay, here goes.
Sorry,
Raja?
Ashwini, yeah. Yeah, okay, that was good. Yes, yes.
Hello. Yeah, sorry about that. So, okay. So, until Dr. Niranjan pulls it up, so this discussion, we will have it as, my apologies, we started 10 minutes late, despite, having I tried to do that, but anyways. So it's the second button from the left bottom. So are you able to find that button, sir? Yeah.
Yes,
so,
I did, but yeah, I'm on a Linux machine.
So you get three options: the entire screen, the window, and the Chrome tab. So if you find it difficult, I can do it from here as well. But then,
yeah, can you please do it from there?
Okay. So, well, until I bring up the slides, probably you can start talking regarding your
Sure. Yeah.
proposition.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this returning of Mothers Conference. Uh, I'm. I came to know about it for the first time. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Am I audible?
I'm not
Yes, sir,
sure
you
if
are.
it's just,
Okay.
yeah, it's
Okay.
just me or the screen sharing is going.
But
We
he's
can see it
audible,
now.
right?
Now we can see. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I am the Director of Research and Training at Manipal.net Private Limited, located in Manipal. We are in the Manipal industrial area, and we have been there for close to about 16 years now, and some of the best practices of hiring women engineers in our company, I will just share it with you. And as a moderator, I'm very happy and proud. It's my proud privilege to introduce three eminent, women technologists in this panel discussion. I did pose three questions to these panelists, and I'm sure I've been hearing this talk previous to this from a senior engineer in Qualcomm, and our panelists also will share their life experiences as to how they overcame the challenges which women face during their career. I heard one of the panelists earlier also, and I'm sure that will be very engaging and that will be very motivating during this panel. First of all, how do they create a support structure for themselves, and once they gain confidence and then build their own support structure both at home as well as at workplace, they enlarge the horizons of or the boundaries of that new confidence which they have gained, and then they try to be role models for other younger women engineers in their workplace. And also, the previous speaker was also mentioning the technology changes is so much rapid these days. But if you are good at the fundamentals, you can always learn the technological aspect, and then you can wade through the challenges which one comes across in her career. And but that would need a lot of reading and lots of brainstorming and lots of discussions and lots of attending conferences and webinars, etc. And that would demand a lot of time, the individual time from the woman engineer. And how do you try to make that space, make that time such that what are all the tools and resources which one would engage and would make use of in order to keep a lady abreast of the current technology, and also keep herself, during her career and in the race in the career. So that is another question which I'd pose to the panelists. I'm sure they would talk about that. Well, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, this is a picture I picked up from the internet. So which shows a woman at workplace as well as at home, mainly a mother. So as you can see, she has two worlds which we men do not have. So she has one world at her home and one world at her office, and it's so inspiring and motivating that whatever experiences and the confidence she gets at home, she brings it to the workplace, and whatever the experiences, expertise which she gets at the workplace, she brings it to the home, such that everybody wins, and it's good for everyone. So this is something which only women can do. I mean, bearing, and also rearing a family, children, and also at the same time work at home. I mean, work at workplace. So I thought this picture was something special, which talked about women workforce in our companies and industries and everywhere, and government agencies and so on. Let's go to the next slide, please. So there are many challenges the lady has to face, even at home. If it's not congenital, I mean, it's not conducive at home, she will have to face lots of challenges, and she has to, fight against the patriarchal society and familial, issues and so on. And then she will have to break from that, and then she will have to come to the workplace, and then she has to work. And at the same time, she has to keep the pace at her workplace, which are the demands of the workplace. And at the same time, she has to have financial independence also. That's the reasons why she has come to the workplace. And if you look at the policies, government has very many policies these days. Maternity leave has been extended to 6 months. And, the crashes have been made mandatory at workplaces, and then, harassment cells are being deployed is a must at, workplaces. And these days, all these policies are there. And also we, in the private space, such as IEEE has got this Women in Engineering wing, and, the lady students at engineering colleges have got their own girl coders, kind of a group where they teach, the younger, newer entrants of the university about coding, and we have these STEM groups especially meant for women and so on. So if you look at the history of India, I was reading an article in 1950. The women education was just about 9%, and today it is about 65%. So that's the kind of leapfrog which this independent India has made, thanks to many of these bills, enactments by the parliament in our country. So the government is making lots of its own policies and strategies in order to empower the women at all strata of society. But we need to, make people, ladies also, the women also, aware of what are their rights. And if their rights are breached, what are the remedies that are available to them, such that they can get back their place in the society, and what are those remedies which are available to them, and so on. So, Government of India also has got reservation. At least in Karnataka, I see 33% reservation in police force, in administrative force, and in ESCOMs, in electrical, distribute companies, and so on. So, the Parliament is yet to enact, 33% reservation for women in legislature, but I think that will very soon that will also follow. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, as I said, we have very eminent personalities, panelists in this panel today, and they are all big achievers in their own domain. And I'm sure, because they all belong to probably my generation and a little younger than me, they had to face lots of challenges, and they had to face it, and they had to fight against it, and they had to strive very hard to come up to this level in their careers. And their life experiences, I'm sure they would share. And also, that I think their life experiences will itself make use cases of theirs, for younger women engineers and scientists, and also the support structures they created for themselves and also for their fellow, employees or colleagues. And I'm sure they would touch upon that, and various tools and resources which they make use of to keep themselves abreast and current in their technological domain. I'm sure they would touch upon. We'll go to the next slide. So one of the themes of this conference I saw was, be the change. You be Mahatma Gandhi said that you be the change you want to see in the world. And I just want to share with you, this is a picture which we took close to about 7 to 8 years ago. And we started as a small embedded systems company in Manipal. And today we have grown to about 100, 120 people, and more than 50% of our employees are all women. And this is something which we are very proud of. That's because, especially in the last one decade, many engineering colleges have sprung up in this coastal Karnataka area. But because of, patriarchal society or, restrictions at home, these women engineers don't, even after they graduate, they are reluctant to go to bigger higher cities to in search of employment. So that motivated us to hire more and more fresh lady engineers into our company, and that is one thing. And apart from that, Manipal being a university town, we have medical school and various other constituted colleges, and very many of our employers, when they get married and bring their wives to Manipal, suddenly they are out of work. They don't find technical work on which they were working earlier in maybe in Mumbai or Bangalore. They don't find a place where they can find work. So that also made us to hire a large number of women engineers who had put in quite a number of experiences, and they had to move to Manipal, and were in search of state of the art and high end technological work, and that is how we could hire. And I'm very proud to say that the chairwoman of our company is a former associate of the finance minister of Government of India, Mr. T.A. Pai. Next slide, please. Another neighbor of our company is called Karnataka Microelectronic Design Center. It's known as Karmic. And how did they change the world? After they got established and they made a name for themselves as one of the biggest, one of the great workplace for mixed signal IC design, being located in Manipal, they wanted to share their expertise with the lower strata of the society. Especially in North Karnataka, we have a large number of students who are very brilliant in their career. They are very good in their studies, but they are economically extremely poor, and they cannot afford to go to engineering college or afford engineering education. And one of my close friend and mentor, Dr. Mahan Shetty, started this initiative where he would train 10th standard passed students who were brilliant in their studies, and he would teach them, VLSI design. You can see one of the pictures there. They draw with chalk pieces on the floor, and they talk about semiconductor physics, and they talk about transistors and electronic circuits and so on. And they established in the village of Nesargi and Bailahongal, which I visited many a times. The power is not there, and they would bring out their own inverter systems, and then they would set up the computers, and they would use open source tools and software to train these 10th standard passed students, in VLSI design, and they would have a very gala graduation ceremony also. And he was awarded with the Mentor of IESA award. So I'm sure there are more than 50, 60 such, 10th passed students who are graduates of this course by Karmic, and they are working in Karmic, Qualcomm, and many other companies in the world, which are very highly regarded in VLSI design. Next slide, please. Well, this is not a phenomenon just restricted only, limited to India. We see this is a global phenomena, and we see global, youngsters making their mark in the field of technology. I just picked up this picture to show a unicorn in Africa, where we have all these black men and women youngsters who have come out, a digital payment. And it's a worldwide phenomena, and you can see that everywhere. So, yeah, next slide, please. I would like to stop the presentation with a powerful comment by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who said, "I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress women have achieved. And we should be thankful to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, because it was his initiative which gave the women the right to property, the right to, vote, and many such things because of his Western education. And then, he was the first law minister in the government of India, and he spearheaded all the women empowerment enactments and so on. And the maternity leave and then working hours for women was also his brainchild, and that is what the enactment which he passed during his tenure. I think with this I will conclude. Thank you.
So thank you. So moving over to the next speaker, we have with us Ms. Sita Lakshmi. Yeah, you have a slide deck that you would like to share. So I'm sorry about the time that we kind of overran. We started at 10 minutes late. So kindly be mindful of that, please.
Can you hear me?
You have share access. Second button from the bottom. Yes, great. Yes, please. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you.
You can keep narrating until it's on.
I've shared the screen already. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity today. It's a pleasure to be here and speak about the conducive environment for women to come back to work. I'm Sita Lakshmi, and I'm with VMware India Software Private Limited, and I lead the program called VM Inclusion Tara, which is a unique upskilling program for women who has taken a career break and wants to come back to work. Now, when we started this program in 2019, late 2019, as a part of an initiative to help Digital India mission, when our then CEO, met our Prime Minister, and we went ahead and started this program, there was a small survey that was run which showed that, approximately 19.6 million Indian women quit their jobs in the first 8 years after joining the workforce. Now, the reason was many. The survey said that, if all these women were to put together as a city, it would be the third largest city in the world. So something not to be proud of, but a point to ponder, of course. And that's where VM Inclusion Tara was born. Now, VMware pledged to train or upskill 15,000 Indian women on a career break who are who have taken a break for whatever reasons, and we thought we'll go ahead and upskill them in the latest digital business technology across 2 years. We launched the program in 2019, 2019 February, and in conjunction or association with Women Who Code team. Now, the eligibility criteria states that it's open only to women, and these women should be citizen of India, or at least should have the work permit to work in India, and should be residing within the territorial jurisdiction of India, shouldn't be on a payroll of any organization, and it's also open to graduates who have completed graduation and haven't found a job yet. Now, to keep it simple and for everybody to access, we just went ahead and designed it in 3 different levels: level 1, level 2, and level 3, basic, intermediate, and advanced. In the basic level, one would learn about the nuances of cloud computing and virtualization. In the course, VMware certified technical associate for data center virtualization, VCTA DCV that we call it. In the intermediate level, one would learn how to go ahead and install, configure, and manage the base product vSphere. And after that, the third level is a specialization where the candidate goes ahead and completes a particular specialization in either network virtualization, data center virtualization, cloud automation and management, or desktop virtualization. Now, all these 3 levels are absolutely free of cost for women who are on a career break and who enroll into the program. Now, this is very brief about the program, keeping in mind the time that we have at hand. So, what else we do to get these women upskilled and ready to come back and hit the mainstream workforce after a career break is one, we help them with the technical course or the technical education that VMware has to offer, all at their own pace. They don't have to go to any organization or there is no fixed time. It's all self-paced from the convenience of their home. They can finish the course, and even the exams are online today. So that's how the program is designed. Along with that, we have soft skills or professional skills that is delivered once every month by our partner, Clearly Blue, who goes ahead and runs these sessions so that these women who have lost the confidence or doesn't have that motivation or still has the inhibition to even to bring the thought to come back to work after taking a break. So the soft skills webinars or the soft skill sessions or the mentoring sessions actually takes care of that. We also have a VMware social platform which connects all these women together. So if there is a Tara candidate who wants to talk to the other successful Tara candidate, or if she has an issue and she's stuck with something, she can always approach on the VMware social platform, where we employees and the Tara participants or the Tara candidates are a part of it, and we can handhold the new Tara candidates to the finish line. So as I mentioned, this is a completely upskilling program only and not a job placement cell. But what we do is we go ahead and work with like-minded industry partners, like we have Dell, we have Cerner, we have Elucian, and we have Cognizant and few others who have extended their help and who are hiring from this pool of candidates. And we are proud to say that more than 2,000 women of the 12,000 registered are back to work today, and about 70% of them are still on their learning journey. And if we have any candidate who is still waiting for that one last push to make that decision and come back to the workforce, I think she should make use of this program. So with just few quick steps, www.vmware.com/Tara, with few quick steps, you can just go ahead and enroll into the program, start your learning journey, and come back to the work stream. So if you are working and if you're not eligible for the program, you can find one of these ads on any of the social media sites. These are all little Google ads. If you find them, and if you have a friend or a family member who is waiting for that one last push, I think you can go ahead and share this and help that woman to upskill herself and come back to workforce. So that's the email address to reach us, tara_vminclusion@vmware.com. And there is no strings attached. All the 3 levels put together, if a common person had to do, it costs about $3,000+ US, which is coming absolutely at free of cost for a eligible Tara candidate. So I think that's it. We have put together an ebook of 50 successful Tara candidates who wish to share their story with other women, who are still waiting. And they say that, if they can, the others can too. So there is no upper age limit, there is no upper break limit, and it is open for women who are from a non-technical background. So if all you need is determination and passion to learn something new, to start or restart your career, and so VMware's VM Inclusion Tara is the answer for that. So that's it. That's the email. The website, and that was VM Inclusion Tara, and that's our way to give back to the community and help women on career break and help them up to skill and help them come back to the workforce. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So can we have the next speaker? So the next speaker would be Ms. Viji. You have your slide decks on. Meanwhile, the left, the second left button on the bottom. And I don't think you're audible.
Is it good, Ashwini?
Yes, you're audible, but I don't see your slides.
Your slides are not visible. Okay. Let me just give it a try.
And meanwhile, Dr. Vidya, problems with the video? You're from the laptop, right? Not audible.
Ashwini, is it coming?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's saying it's, I don't know, it's churning the thing.
Okay.
It actually took few seconds, Vijay, so I think you can
Yeah,
start.
it takes a little time.
Okay, maybe, yes, I will start. So today I'm going to focus on creating how at Qualcomm we are creating a place for people to return. So before we get started, right, since Niranjan was asking how was our own experiences, I think I like to start by basically sharing my return from maternity experience. So when actually my daughter was born 21 years ago, so at that time I was working in US and we had only about 6 weeks maternity leave. So I would say 6 months compared to 6 weeks is a very big privilege. And I think it's very important to have a support system at home. So at that time, my mother had come over to the US and she was able to help out. And also, when I went back to work, right, the work environment was extremely conducive in terms of the flexibility, having a mother's room, and in terms of even able to like pump the breast milk and put it in the refrigerator, take it back home. It was very, very, very conducive to continue to work. So after six
Yeah.
weeks, I really never took a break or anything. And since then, after my mom left, so it was pretty much me and my husband managing. I think it's very important to have a support system at home. And then after 3 years, when my daughter was 3 years, we moved back to India, and I always chose to live maybe not just more than a 1 kilometer from my parents' house. I think that has been very, very helpful, I would say. And now my daughter has grown and gone to college. And yeah, I think looking back, it was challenging. And I think all the family and the companies really made it really conducive for me to continue to work and grow in my career as well. So, having shared my own story, I will like to switch to what we do in terms of diversity and inclusion at Qualcomm, right? So, first of all, why is this DNI thing so important? So, the companies that have a good diversity tends to be very, very profitable, and also they are very innovative as well. And I was just reading in the Forbes magazine, $18 trillion, $18 trillion is the economy is apparently influenced by women, and 80% of consumer buying is also influenced by women. And just think about Qualcomm, we make semiconductor chips, and 50% of our cell phone users are women, right? So if we don't include women into the development, how are we going to address the problems faced by 50% of our consumers? So that's why DNI is a very, very important, and it needs to be in the DNA of any company, I would say. And it's for us, it's the core at Qualcomm. So we have three, I would put it in terms of like a three-pronged strategy. First of all, we work on improving workforce gender diversity. So how do we do that? So, okay, let me just.
Vijay, your slides are not yet up. Would you be able to check? Because it's not yet.
Oh, still not come?
Not.
Maybe should I, Vandana or Ashwini, can I mail? I don't know what's happening with the network here. Yeah,
You want
just,
me to
Yes.
bring up?
Please
yeah,
send me a
that
mail.
would be great. Yeah,
Vijay, I can bring it up if you wish.
yes, that would be great.
Give me a moment.
It says my network is slow. I don't know if that's the reason. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, thanks, Vandana. I can see it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So the first and foremost is I am also very proud to say that at Qualcomm now we are about 24% in terms of diversity. We have 24% female population. I remember when I joined Qualcomm about 13 years ago, it used to be I think 12 to 13%, and we have taken up so many initiatives to improve this, and it's for company's own good, right? That's the thing. It's nothing otherwise. So we are now around 23 to 24%. I was just checking with Vandana as well. So first and foremost, we attract talent. So attract women talent. We have focused hiring efforts to increase percentage of women hires. So we have special bonuses when people do references, and as women are hired at higher grade, these bonuses also double. I understand. And then we have special development programs within Qualcomm, and which provide developmental opportunities for women, and we do our best to retain them. So make sure that we have very, very less attrition. And the second and foremost thing, the inclusivity of our workplace environment. So we make sure that, so it's not just only about women, so we also make sure that men are also educated about any unconscious bias. Even as we are going through annual reviews, right, we consciously look at if there has been any unconscious bias and females are at any disadvantage. So we create education and awareness. There are several education and awareness initiatives targeted at the ecosystem to improve this ratio. And as a Qualcomm, as an employer for branding, so we do several things. We have strong presence in industry forums like Grace Hopper's, IEEE, Women in Technology Conference, VLSI Conference. So we actively sponsor those, and even at VLSI, IEEE, we have an active women's forum sponsored by Qualcomm. And we are also part of industry recognition and engagements. I'm also very proud to say that twice in a row, Qualcomm has been winning this Avatar winning the Avatar Award for working mothers, and we are actively part of NASCOM, C2I, Disability Network, Anita Borge, LinkedIn, just to name a few. Vandana, next slide. So today I like to focus my talk on this Quantum Leap program. So we just launched this Quantum Leap program. So this program is mainly designed at attracting women professionals with high credentials and capability who have had a career break and who can come back to Qualcomm India. So this can be ex-Qualcomm employees or anybody in the industry if they have had a break. So this is a program that enables them to come back and into full-time position. This is not even a part-time. So they can come back into lateral positions full-time. So we are making their transition very smooth, and we are offering them help and even training to get interviewed and integrated as well. So we support the reintegration into workforce, and I think Asha very well spoke about some of the things that we have done. And why is it that we are doing these things? This is to bring in the gender diversity and inclusion across organization. This includes even senior management. We've seen Asha herself has come back as a senior manager, and there were several others who have joined recently back through this Quantum Leap program as well. And how do we do this? This is a lateral hire, like I said. So this is not just for the juniors or freshers. This is specially designed for people who have to take a break, maybe maternity, marriage, or even taking care of elderly parents. And if they want to take a career break and they want to come back, this program is specially designed at those. So we do exclusive hiring drives focused on women candidates who wish to return to work after a career break, and target hiring candidates with clear projects for full-time roles. Vandana, next slide. So I'll talk more about this program. So what do we do in the pre-hiring journey and the post-hiring engagement journey? So when we do the pre-hiring, so when we launched this program, so we went and identified, we actually did a lot of, first of all, PR about this program on the LinkedIn platform, several hiring platforms, on the Qualcomm.com, and even through the recruiters, and even the employee, our own employees as well. And we had done a lot of marketing. And these is again these people who are coming back and coming to any position. So there will be an interviewing process that happens, and then there'll be actually and then it's all based on meritocracy after that. So we posted in several external sites, and then the screening and the engagement actually of identifying these candidates happens. And once the candidate identification happens, actually Qualcomm also enables them to go through NPTEL prior to joining or taking up the interview, and they can actually take the courses which Qualcomm is going to pay for the NPTEL, and then they can actually face the interview. So once they take up the interview and get selected, what we do is we assign a buddy mentor for this person. So typically this mentor person is going to be from the same organization, who's all kind of aware. And yeah, sorry, I forgot to talk about most important thing. So in terms of the interviewing process itself, the hiring teams, the hiring managers are also sensitized about the break that this person might have had, so that they're not penalized for a break, taking a break, right? So they're already aware that so and so person coming in has had a break, and they're sensitive about this. So once they are selected and come in, we assign them a peer mentor and a Q woman buddy, we call it. And the buddy is assigned and helps to basically Qualcommize this person, and there are also robust training modules once they come in, and there are also regular check-ins that happens, like the monthly connects by the second career program leads, quarterly check-ins by the tech leads, and also biannual connects by the business site leads. So you can see even the business site leads are very much engaged in making sure there's a very smooth transition for this person to come back to work. And we also have several other leveraging programs within the Qualcomm. So we have like Qualcomm events like PEAQ's Saki program. So these are all mentorship programs that are available. And there are many virtual events, mentor programs, learning center tools that these people can take up to basically improve and start moving up the career role. So the main program, the main idea about this is ensuring a smooth transition to a new role, ramp up, engagement, development, and cultural integration. Next slide. So I think, if anybody interested in applying for this program, please do. So we have a LinkedIn page, so you can get details on that, or on our website, and all the roles are available there as well. And if you want to drop in your resume, please do share it to quantumleap@qti.qualcomm.com. So ready to make a comeback? You're most welcome. Thank you. Yeah, over to you, Ashwini.
So
And there is a
thank you so
question
much.
here.
So yes, can we have the next speaker? Dr. Vidya, you're able to share your slides?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't have a slide. I'm just going to speak. Hope that's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Niranjan, Ashwini, and IEEE Returning Others Conference team for providing me with this opportunity. I'm Vidya Durai. I am with BNY Mellon for the last 20 years. I manage corporate social responsibility for the company. The topic, creating a conducive environment for people to return, is very dear to my heart. I've had many returners in my team since 15 years, most of them successful, probably a few of them not so. I'm going to be very generic, but this is going to be based on my experience with BNY Mellon in the last 20 years. I'm a returnee myself. I was working in a university, a premier university, as a professor in electronics and communication. And when I approached BNY Mellon for a job, I was immediately embraced. And as you know, from a university to, I had a long stint at the university as well. I was very seasoned academician. And to a corporate, it was very difficult for me to begin with. It happened 20 years back. But BNY Mellon embraced me and gave me all the opportunities, all the support, so that I transitioned into a corporate person I wouldn't say effortlessly, but definitely easily. As we speak, as I said, BNY Mellon has been embracing this concept of returning people, not returning women only, because I have a male member in my team who returned after 2 years of caregiving for his father who was suffering from cancer. And he returned after 2 years, and we took him in. So this I personally know of 7 women employees who were spouses of our employees who passed away, not during COVID. It's happened over the last probably 10 years, who are part of our team. And also during COVID pandemic, employees who passed away, we have identified spouses who wanted to come back. Spouses this includes men and women who passed away. We are working on an upskilling program at BNY Mellon. So BNY Mellon, as you can see, is very supportive and of this. And we are also working with Empowering Women in IT. It's an NGO in Tamil Nadu space with the WAPAS program. This is exactly on the returning women. This is, again, the last 4 or 5 years we're working with them. And also on upskilling programs, we have, through our CSR initiative, sponsored employability training programs, which not only for the freshers, it also embraces women who want to come back, transgenders, upskilling transgenders, and basically women skill development programs. And it's not just in the IT sector. As you know, BNY Mellon is in the operations and technology space. It's an investment banking company in the US, and we have technology and operations wings here in India. But apart from upskilling women or providing opportunities for women to come back to work, or people to come back to work, we also have skill development programs for rural women, where we train rural women on various activities, or forming self-help groups, and training them on tailoring, training them on food safety and things like that, so that we also provide employability opportunity for the rural women as well. And the topic here has been analyzed threadbare by Dr. Niranjan, Sita, as well as Viji. I just want to add my perspectives here. The returner's mindset, as I said, whatever I'm speaking is from the experience that I have in BNY Mellon over the last 20 years. Reason for taking a break or a sabbatical, it could be caregiving, mostly for children, but as I said, there are instances of caregiving for elders as well. Health reason for oneself, higher education or skill development. It could be a forced break, stress, burnout. It could be that one wants to do something else, entrepreneurship or volunteering. So there are many different reasons why one would want to take a break. And when one wants to return, it takes a lot of courage, as I know personally.
You're on.
I think we lost the speaker, no?
Yeah, I thought it was from my end.
Yeah, same here. Ashwini, maybe you should go to the next speaker and come back.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ashwini.
Yeah. So we lost Vidya. Hello.
That's right. I think we lost the speaker. She was speaking and
Okay, sorry about that. So I do not see any questions here in the chat window, but I see that all of you did speak about how your companies, your institutes are driving the, the D&I initiatives or the returnship initiatives. Very nice. But what of those, women who are in the unorganized sector? So Vidya was speaking about how they are actually doing that as a part of their corporate, CSR initiatives. I was just wondering, if there are any other takeaways that ladies can actually take from probably upskilling initiatives, be it from AICT, like the SWAYAM or things like that. You need to still pay. So are there any such kind of certification programs or something that can be done on their own? Are the corporate world involved in any such kind of upskilling programs? So for people who are not either computer literate or with not many competencies, so to speak of, how do you go about actually getting them back forth? Is there any CSR associated with that? I see that even my video is not to be seen. So anyways, I hope I'm audible at least.
we can hear you.
Okay, great. So can you take it up, please?
One of the things that we have been seeing is that when we opened up VM Inclusion Tara, there was a lot of buzz that how will a non-technical person go ahead and learn virtualization and cloud piece. But since we opened it up, we saw a lot of women completing the level 1 at least, and then when we did a dipstick to see how many of them actually got back to work, the comments or the feedback was fabulous, because the professional skills session that we deliver, which is something of great value, and these women, after they lack confidence or who don't have motivation at all, they have taken courage to step up and upskill in their own domain, and then move forward
platform
and
to
then
make the
got back to
transition
work.
easier and earlier. It's important to ease people back into their roles. One thing is to offer a sabbatical to someone who wishes to take a break, be it higher study, childcare, whatever be the reason. So it's important, because if a manager needs to understand when somebody wants to take a break, probably offer a sabbatical so that the employee comes back after the break. If I got a sabbatical from a premier university when I decided to take a break, it was very useful, provided me with the conviction and confidence to pursue new pastures. And when once onboarded, it's a journey. As we know, it's a journey. It has to be customized to the role, team, and an in-depth orientation program that covers all aspects of settling down is to be provided to the employee. So the employee has, say, taken the time, energy to prepare oneself for this comeback, but the company also needs to understand the apprehensions and provide an opportunity to settle down.
Hello, ma'am. I have one question here. Aishwarya?
Yes,
Hello?
please go ahead.
Ma'am, actually in corporate, you are taking care of all these things. Coming to academic institutions, how can we take care of such things? Can you guide us so that in our education institutions also will take care of that one? How can we do that one? Whatever you are taking care at corporates, nicely mentioned by both of you, could you please guide us so that our younger generation should not suffer because of all these problems?
So, are you, sorry if I may ask, are you asking about the teaching staff, or are you
Yes,
talking
yeah.
about
Not only
the
teaching staff, any
okay.
person working for educational institution, whether it may be teaching, non-teaching, anyone. So
Okay.
if they,
Yeah, I think if I may add, I think there are more qualified people to talk about educational institutions. Maybe let me just throw in my perspective here, right? So I think the most important thing is I know, I'm sure, as a government policy, you're also enabling women to take up this 6 month break, right? But maybe when they come back, right, I think it's more important to have like a gradual transition back into work. And I think maybe you should just have them offer lesser courses when they have take up more back end kind of a lab support and things like that. And when they're more ready to come back in force in more action, right? And I think it's very important to leave it up to the women professors or lecturers, because also I have seen many of them also quite enthusiastic to take up more when they come back. Maybe they have help at home. And also I think the most important thing is, nowadays I think thanks to all the internet, we are also well connected. You can access classes at be it a Stanford, MIT, Coursera, right? I think it's very important to avail all this in the connected world, and also reach out to corporates like us, right? So we are very enthusiastic to engage with the colleges. We are looking forward to getting more women into STEM education through our CSR programs. So
Yeah, so
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I got lost. I got disconnected again. I think I became an attendee from a panelist. So to answer this, actually, there is at BMA Mellon we have sponsored ISTE, which is institution of the technical education program sponsors, and AICTE, a program where we are training around 1,000 faculty members. They could be people who have taken a break, or they could be people who are still still working as lecturers on AI, ML, IoT, and all of that. Actually, as we speak, this program is happening. The program is happening, and around 500 of them have already been trained on hands-on AI, ML, any upskilling programs that we are offering. The faculty members can take up. So yeah, shall I continue? I have 1-2 minutes of.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So as I said, it is important to devise a structured retaining program. So we in BNY Mellon, we have a 60-90 plan for our new starters. Basically, the first 30 days, what do they do? The second 30 days, what do they do? And the last 30 days. Basically, this is the model that can be followed for the other the returners as well. Basically, the first month or so, the employee focuses on training, learning the basics of the company. This includes company systems, procedures, and also products and services, software, vendors, clients, and so on. With a good grasp of this working environment, the employee can now move on to the other advanced tasks, and they can start studying the best practices within the company. And also the mentoring starts after this 30-day program. The last 30 days, the plan is to demonstrate the employee's firm grasp of the company, confidence in her abilities, and then she should be preparing to make the breakthrough contributions to the team. So this is basically more details an individual can incorporate in his or her 30, 60, 90-day plan, the better. Specifics are very important in this case. And also networking opportunities, coffee sessions, informal meetings, helping with HR, finance formalities, informal gatherings, and also there needs to be a formal and structured program built to scale, institutionalized across HR, managers, and teams. And it's important that also a reverse mentoring program that we have in BNY Mellon has been very useful too. So in the reverse mentoring program, a younger millennial or a Gen Z employee is paired with a senior employee, and the reverse mentoring happens. So if a newcomer is associated with such a program, then there is no taboo on learning from a younger employee, because there are senior people who are also who are also part of this reverse mentoring program. So these are some of the initiatives that we have. And the final word is, yes, it's important for the company to prepare for a returner, as it is for the returner herself. Yeah, yeah, I raise my case here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your.
Welcome, Jija. So you can mute yourself. Hello. I think my video is gone. I'm really sorry about that, Vidya madam. You please continue. I was on call. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No issues. I did rest my case. I said the final word is that as the returner prepares for returning to work, the company also should prepare for a returner to come back. That's my final word. Thank you.
Wonderful. So are there any more questions? I don't see anything in the chat window. Yes, I agree with Nilay. Great points from the panelists. So yes.
See, if there is, I understand that there are many faculty from various engineering schools. If you really want to upskill yourself, you can contact me. I will put you on to this ISTE program.
Madam, there is one thing that you can do. Type it in the chat window or in the cocktail portion. There is a call to action. You can add the link there such that people can take it right away. So you can do that. So many thanks for that. So we will try to give the users the link to Tara ebook and the other initiatives that have been spoken about. Thank you so much. Naman?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, may I request you to kindly, share the mementos, or shall I do that? So it's been wonderful listening to all the panelists over here who spoke so well about the initiatives taken up by they themselves as well as their institutes. So my humble thanks, my gratitude on record to Dr. UC Niranjan for setting the context on how one can create a place to return. This whole concept actually syncs so well with the theme of this conference, that is, we start with ourselves being the change that we would wish to see in others. So thank you so much for actually being a part of this particular conference by agreeing to speak and setting the context. Thank you so much, sir. Hello. We also would like to place on record our thanks to Ms. Sita Lakshmi from VMware for making time to address us regarding your returnship initiative by name Tara and telling us more about it. Looking forward to more interaction, madam. Thank you so much. Many thanks to Ms. Viji, who made time to talk about not only her experiences but also the initiatives from Qualcomm that has made Qualcomm much more attractive to people who have joined after break or even planning on one such. Thank you so much. Happy to have you with us.
Thank you, Ashwini. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. And finally, many apologies as well as thanks for Madam Vidya, who spoke about the initiatives from BN by Mellon, our sponsor, who could actually who have actually driven some wonderful initiatives for people, women from the unorganized sector as well, in seeing to it that they return back to the workforce. Thank you so much, Madam. It means a lot that you could make time to address the gathering over here and talk to us about the initiatives that have been taken up at your places and making all the places around much better and conducive for people in general to return to work. Not just
Thank you.
women, but all people around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I request all of you to kindly not leave, but to stay back and listen to our next speaker, a wonderful person. So without much ado, I call upon Professor Veena Desai to kindly introduce us to our next speaker. Veena madam, not audible. You need to speak up, please. Unmute yourself, please. Naman, can you throw a mic?
Already given, ma'am.
Okay. So let's see, just a minute.
Ma'am, I think there is issue with the permissions. Please check once again.
Yeah, please accept the permission, Veena madam. Okay, so until then, we have with us today, please try. Ms. Jija Ghosh, the last speaker in the panel. So can we try something until then? Naman, we have not had it group fee yet. Can we do that, please?
Sure, ma'am. Oh, 1 second.
Yes, can you please initiate a group fee? Requesting all to kindly take a selfie. Until then, please initiate it. Click on the get selfie. Take a photo. So this gives us a collage of selfies as a group fee. So we have 9 from the 24 participants. Requesting all of you to kindly take a selfie, please. Turning your videos on to do that is required. Meanwhile, Veena madam, I hope your audio is fixed. Okay.
Ma'am, try refreshing the page if it works.
Refresh the page. Veena madam, try to do that, please. Okay, you can close the group fee. Yes. So Veena madam, audible? Okay. No issues. Naman, have you saved the photo? Can you please do that?
Yes, save the photo.
Great. So looks like I'll have to pull it from my end. So I have a very pleasurable responsibility that
Ma'am,
I
can I
take up.
introduce? Ma'am, can I introduce? I'm the session volunteer.
Yes, please. I have Jija's profile. You can go ahead. May I know who's speaking?
Komal Hadimani, ma'am.
Wonderful. Koman, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Wait a second. Okay. I'm here to introduce our today's guest, a speaker that is nothing but who is Jija Ghosh. So coming to her bio, she's a project leader at Enable India, and she is an Indian disability right activist. She was born with cerebral palsy. She completed her schools from the Indian Institute of Cerebral Palsy and La Martinez for Girls, Kolkata, India. She graduated with honors in sociology from Presidential College in Kolkata. She is qualified social worker from Delhi School of Social Work, Delhi University. In 2006, she completed her second master's in disability studies from Leeds University, United Kingdom. Ghosh has conducted workshops and presented papers in various seminars and conferences in both international and national forums like International Society of Argumentative and Alternative Communication, ISAC, British Council, etc. Ghosh's interest also lies in writing and creative arts. She has passion for writing poetry. Recently, she acted as a lead supporting character in the film called as One Little Finger. Her documentary named called as I Am Jija has been made upon her life and produced by PSBT and Doordarshan of India and directed by Swati Chakraborty. This film, I Am Jija, won the National Film Award 2016 from the Government of India as the best film for social issues in the non-feature film category. So here, I'm introducing the Jija Ghosh. Over to Jija Ghosh, ma'am.
So before we do that, I shall share her PPT. So thank you so much, Komal. Thank you, Veena madam. So the wonders of technology and the travails as well. So my apologies to all of you for a late start, and thanks as well for staying in with me for all this time. So screen in a while. So Madam Jija, good to go? You're not audible, so you need to, yes. Great. Give me a minute, please.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll be sharing the screen. It takes a while. 2 seconds, please. Yes. To see the screen, you have to tell me when to advance. Next slide is what you need to tell me. Yes. All yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Pleasure's ours. Thank
you. Give me this opportunity to talk about my motherhood. What I'm talking to them may be a little different from what others have shared. I will talk about my journey with my daughter. Yeah, my journey of motherhood. Next slide. For most women, are in it desire to be a mother. I was no different. Next slide. I am a person with cerebral palsy, and my husband and I decided to go for adoption, and we applied to the CADA, which is Central Adoption Agency, where you have to apply online. It's a all India process, and you have to apply online. After 2 years, we got on the list. Next slide.
Next.
Yeah, next. But in our country, as maybe in some countries of the world, motherhood and disability are not seen together. So my motherhood was questioned that whether I can be a competent mother. How will I manage my child? How will I communicate with the child? It's mentally normal because of having cerebral palsy. Sometimes I have involuntary movement. So that was interpreted as an abnormality. And because I was abnormal, I was supposed to be violent sometimes. This is what I was told by the adoption committee when I went to get my child. I was told I could not be a competent mother. Next slide. Like, oh, I went back to the central adoption agency who intervened timely, and they helped to get our daughter here in 2018. We got her home on 7th June 2018. Next slide. And adoption formalities were completed in August 2018. Next slide. Uh, this is a picture of here us with here when she was 5 months old. Next slide. Next slide. These are all here. Here when she had just come. She was a very cute and very naughty child. Next slide. So after we got here, because I have some physical difficulties, we had to have constant support of caregiver. And even within the family, within my family, within my neighborhood. So there is still an undercurrent which undermines my motherhood. It's very subtle, but I know my motherhood is doubted because I am a person with cerebral palsy, and till now I'm not considered to be a competent stereotypical mother. Yes, I have my worries too. I have worries about how will he accept my disability when she grows up, because people will talk, people in society will talk. It's how she and us we cope with the whole situation, and how we make her understand that her mother is a little different from other mothers. And of course, going on with my disability is another cause of concern for me. Next slide.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, 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 here is 3.5 years old, and she is going to school. Unfortunately, the pandemic broke out last year, and she didn't have the opportunity to go to a physical school. She is doing her online classes, which is very challenging. It is very challenging to keep her engaged during the online classes. She's a very naughty and active child and keep us on our toes and the future. I don't know. We will try our best to give her the best life. After that, we don't know what will happen. That only the future can say. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Just a minute, please. Yeah, I just wanted that slide to be on. Yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Or is my
ma'am.
audio?
Yes, ma'am, you're ready.
So I just wish to take a
Yeah.
minute to actually, introduce from Veena Madam's words. They were too sweet to be actually ignored. So thank you so much, Madam Jija, that you could actually, make it despite the issues with the network. Ode to Life is a collection of poems. It is a song. It is a delicious, crunchy granola bar. Is a book. Is a journey. In short, it is life itself. Who better to talk about it today than Jija Ghosh, the project lead at Enable India? We are greatly honored and humbled to read a little about her here because what she is, she has achieved, and her journey cannot be summed up in short. So this is what Veena Madam had actually prepared, and I'm really sorry. The the network issues notwithstanding, we couldn't have it read. So thank you so much for actually, making time to spare. To share your daughter with us. It's very inspiring to see success stories like yours. Much humbled. Thank you so much. And it's
Thank you.
stories and people like you who pull the society from a dark place to something nicer. Thank you so much.
Thank
So we had
you.
all heard about, yeah. You can type your questions in the chat window, please. We are looking forward to that. So I have a question of my own. So I'm usually more curious about the whys and why nots. So I had come about a news piece on the Jet Airways incidents long time back, wherein you actually fought for something that was unjust and won the case. So my question is, how long did it take, and could it have been speeded up?
Uh,
You've got a
yeah.
lovely daughter, by the by.
Yeah, that is happened in 2012. The incident happened in February 2012, and we filed the case directly in the Supreme Court. I think in April 2012 itself. Then, then it took around 4 years to get the judgment. But it has been a land.
Okay. 5 years?
4 years.
Okay.
4 years. 4 years.
Wow. But still, many thanks for actually having taken it up, because, stories of, like people fighting against something that's unjust and making it through also, inspires a lot. So the track has been named Inspire and Engage, and many a times we feel it's, not just, coming back that is very difficult, but also standing for what you believe in and taking up, walking the talk, and for all the principles that you stand is what is much needed. Thank you so much. So, Naman, Veena madam or Komal, can you please, are there any questions that are there and you'd like to take up? The mic. What does the name Hiya mean? There's a question regarding that. So, Preeti Lakshmanan. So you can actually grab the mic and ask the question yourself. There are lots of questions, but could you hear me?
There are a lot of questions. The one question which is put by Divya Durai is that what made you think beyond yourself? Ma'am, I would request you to answer this. What made you think beyond yourself?
Actually, actually, I always like children. So, and even my husband, he also like children. So, so we thought that getting a child in our life would make our life more fulfilling. It will be more fulfilling for us.
Okay, ma'am. We have one more question.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your answer. I have one more question.
Can I ask?
What are the taboos around parenthood for persons with disabilities? I repeat, what are the taboos around parenthood for persons with disabilities?
There are many taboos for both men and women. The most primary taboo is person with disabilities cannot become parents. They don't have the qualities are that are supposed to be quote unquote parental qualities. So they don't deserve to be parents, and they can't have the desire to be a mother or the father. This, this is the perception, general perception of the society.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your answer. We have one more question from Ashwini Hola, ma'am. That how do you manage to tell Hia that you are working when she needs your attention?
That, yeah, that is a very tough, tough job. That now we are working from home, and yeah, demand my attention. But I have to tell him that Mama is in the office now. Mama needs to do her job, but it's difficult to manage and convince her. Sometimes I have to lock my door, and she keeps banging on my door. But this is the way we are going on in this pandemic world.
Yes, ma'am, sure. Thank you for your answer, ma'am. We have one more question. Preeti Lakshmananan says that, Jija, have you explored the thought to speech converted or text to speech apps?
Yes, I have heard that. I'm still exploring that perfect, because that will make my life more easier, and I can give more input in my work. I am exploring that.
Yeah, ma'am, good to know that you're exploring. And I just want to ask one more question,
No,
if
no,
we don't
just a
mind.
minute. In the
Yeah.
interest of time, okay. The address is there. So if at all you'd want to connect, you can connect her with on LinkedIn. So any last words would you want to address, Jija?
Pardon, I didn't get you.
Is there anything
Can I?
else that you would like to talk about to
Any
Mrs.
challenges
Sandhi?
that? Sorry. Any
No,
challenges that you face, and like any challenges that you would love the engineers to work on to make your life or the people like you smoother? Because I know my dad, who long back, past 2 decades back, who had a stroke and could not speak properly. So now technology has embraced so much that we have text to speech. When he used to text,
yeah,
write it. So if
yeah,
you say those challenges, we can think, use our ideas to think
yeah,
about something.
yeah. That will make life
Easy.
much more easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you say something what you want us to look into? And I will say IEEE for wonderful opportunity to bring a particular Jija to this forum and able to listen to her and be inspired, because we are all physically, mentally strong also, when sometimes we fail. But here there is a lady who is connecting with us, and who is being a role model for everyone, every mothers. If they have a disability challenge kid, we can shape them and bring her, make her in, because your mom will be proud. You are in a big forum speaking among us. So can you, and it was a good thing, can you just tell any challenge that you are facing now, which technology can help?
No, one thing I feel, if I get a if I get a kind of a device that will interpret my speech.
Interpret.
Yeah.
Speech interpreter, you are saying.
Yeah.
That is voice to, speech converter. So that,
Yeah.
yeah. Already
Yeah.
there is in the market, there's a text to speech. You scan the text and you can
No,
voice it out.
no, but with my speech, they can't. The standard speech interpreter, they can't catch my speech.
Okay.
So I need a customer.
So
I need
there is, yeah.
something
So you say that it is
customized.
different when you're suffering from cerebral palsy, or like, when you're disabled with respect to speech, the
Yeah.
interpreters don't work well. So can I request everybody to, for a group fee, Jija, you need to just click on the go selfie and take a photo. Everybody, can you take a selfie?
I think what Jija is meaning to say is the thought to speech converter, and I'm sure it should be possible.
I think there are a lot of APIs like that, but we need to explore it, because if you see, Stephen Hawking was already able to relate to it. So we need to explore. I don't mind Googling, or any of them has done it across world. I will reach out to you.
Okay. Thank you.
So requesting you all to kindly take a selfie. 13 of the 23 participants. Few more, please. And then probably Naman could close it quickly. Requesting the panelists kindly use if possible. Okay. Naman, probably you can close it. Veena madam, can you unmute yourself? Okay. So I'm seeing that the audio issue still persists. Do the honors. Naman, can you share the memento? Ramlata madam,
Yes,
can you please place on record our gratitude to Jija madam?
sure. I would be really humbled to. I would like to thank Jija, who has given me a really different perspective. See, the reason I'm working on assistive technology is that because I have a disability in my family, and I was not able to even identify that disability till it was too late. That is, after 17 years, we found out that it was a disability. And that heart wrenching difficulty in the life has been felt by so many people, but I'm sure the attitude that is to be taken by every one of us is like Jija, take a positive attitude and overcome all these difficulties. Thank you, Jija. Thank you so much.
Naman, can you please share the memento that we have done for Jija as a token of your appreciation on behalf of the Conference of Returning Mothers and the track of Inspire and Engage. Naman? Can you share it or shall I? So, Naman?
Ma'am, you can share. Actually, I facing the network issues.
Naman, I lost connection here. I don't have it with me. Naman, I'll have to pull it from this. It'll take a while. Veena madam? Second button on the left. Bottom. Open the picture. Share the screen. A window.
I am sharing, ma'am. 1 second, ma'am. 1 second.
Okay. Great. Just a minute. So I would like to place on record our thanks for having not only made time to address us, but also all the speakers, Jija in particular, who could make time on a Saturday to inspire us. My thanks on behalf of the team of Returning Mothers, as well as the track of Inspire and Engage and all the volunteers therein. Many thanks. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah. Keep inspiring, madam. Thank you so much. My thanks to all the volunteers and the participants for having patiently stood by your laptops today since morning till now and seen value in the events. Thank you so much. Well, have a nice weekend. We shall close the meeting.